2 entries.
Yes.
But then IBC then sticks to the provisions of the law, and I think it'll be interesting because it may mean that as we keep improving and cleaning these things and legislating on them, that as a country we could have our own election culture. I think the shock is that this is new for us. We say, let's make like the US. The US is very different in terms of how they conduct the elections.
I agree, and it's all of that. What you say is very important about creating an election culture, and we're sort of still trying to figure it out, right?
Correct.
So what do we do? Do we do electronic? Do we do manual?
Correct.
Do we and all of that? And perhaps we'll figure that out. And that is what you can see happening right now, that verification process. You see all those party agents who are there around that table, including IEBC officials. You'll remember there was that comment earlier on from the IEBC Commission telling those who are part of the verification process to not take pictures of the process, to not put the faces of the IEBC officials who are part of this verification process out there, and even asking those who are not directly involved with this verification process, to try and allow the space for this to happen. So that is what is happening there. We'll get to Wahiga Mara at Bomas in a moment, but let's take a look at these results that are coming in per county. This is off of Citizen Digital, so you can take a look at the various counties, including those in the prisons who were allowed to cast their votes. Let's take a look at this now. And that's what it's looking like around the counties of this country. Let's take you to Bomas of Kenya now, where Wahiga Mwaura is monitoring the situation and, of course, hoping for more updates from there as well.
Well, Yvonne, we are officially 1 hour, 20 minutes away from day 4 of the 2022 general election. And here at the Bomas of Kenya, especially inside the auditorium, just behind our studios here, it is a beehive of activity. I'm sure you've been seeing some of those pictures there. Agents, political players, civil society, observers, all keenly following the verification process of Forms 34B and the accompanying 34A forms that are being physically delivered here by returning officers. Now, of course, this is markedly different from what we saw back in 2017, because remember, in 2017, at a time like this, lots of results had already come in the digital text format, and that was what was being displayed on the screen. But at this moment, the only results being displayed on the screen are those ones from Webuye East constituency. Those are the forms, or those are the results that have been physically brought here by the returning officer from that constituency. They were verified in a series of steps. At one level, there were 4 tables where initially any returning officer presents those documents, 34B, the accompanying 34A, they are verified. Agents of political parties have a chance to go through them as well, together with the IEBC staff. There's also another 2 tables where there's double verification of that process as well. And once an agreement has been made by the IEBC staff, of course, in conjunction with the political party agents there, then that information is uploaded to the portal, and also those documents are locked in a safe with the IEBC as the only ones who have that particular access. A lot happening here, and we'll continue to update you on that on Kenya's Choice 2022 even as we continue. But one group of observers that I'll be keen to talk to right now are members of the civil society. And joining me now is Irungu Houghton, Executive Director, Amnesty International, together with Joshua Changwon, who's the Executive Director at the Constitution and Reform Education Consortium of Kenya. Joshua, Irungu, thanks so much for making time for us today.
Good evening.
Both of you have been here for the better part of the day. I think, Irungu, you came in at about 4 p.m. Joshua, you've been here since noon. And Joshua, I'll start with you. Immediate observations, for those who are not here, of the activities happening at the Bomas of Kenya.
This is my second day here at the Bomas of Kenya. And what I can observe here is that there is a level of well-organized plan by the IEBC in receiving of the results from the different constituencies across our country, and the level of transparency here in terms of the processes which have been explained from one stage to the other, and even the arrangement along the 4 political parties that participated in the presidential election. We can see that, and I think even the level at which the media is, given information is free. I mean, you can just see that away from the other 2 elections that we've had in our country. So, but here is a challenge, because there's a lot of information that is flowing right, left, center, and all that, away from what we are seeing here, because we've also interacted with information that is outside the Bomas.
Talking about information on social media and WhatsApp groups.
You even wonder whether it's really the same country or it's different, because here the information flow is systematic. I mean, we as per the communication from the IEBC. And then when what you read in social media, maybe through phone call inquiries, is totally different. And I think this will call upon all Kenyans to rely on the media that is available here and the communication from the commission here at the Bomas of Kenya.
Irungu, even as you give us your view on this, and depending on which side of the political divide, for those watching us, you were back in 2017, I think one thing that I've had several players speak on is the fact that that 2017 judgment by the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice David Kenani Maraga, how much of a game changer was it in informing what we are seeing today?
I mean, it definitely was a game changer. Of course, at the time, it was an international incident, because it's not often that you get an incumbent being dislodged and an election nullified. But I think, there are a number of things that are different this time. I think, for example, the open portal which was not there before, is probably a consequence of this. I think the deployment, the mobilization and deployment and the training, something like about 150,000 police officers, that was not there in 2017, and we need to at this stage commend the mobilization of the police officers that have gone into the peace, keeping people safe during this period, but also I think the number of peace monitors and election monitors that are also keeping an eye on this process. We can't forget that at this time there are 70 international observer missions in the country, and they have been traveling across the country looking, and there are challenges with international observer missions in terms of what they can see, what they can't see, but the fact that the eyes of the world are on Kenya at this moment acts as a deterrent on all the parties. And I think the last one really is that this is a fully digital election in many ways, and therefore we are really in a different space from a lot of African countries. As I've talked to the African observers, they have really marveled by the fact that how much of this is digitally being tallied and transmitted, and how open it is. So I think these would be the focus. But as a human rights organization, we've been following two things which are related to the environment. The first is, of course, as Joshua has talked about, the massive disinformation that's happening by people on Twitter, WhatsApp, Instagram and TikTok.
Tanzanian President Jakaya Kikwete actually referenced it today when you were speaking on behalf of the Observer Mission, concerns about misinformation, disinformation, right, as you rightly put it.
No, I mean it's just been I think at some point we may have to declare these big social media platforms to be hotspots as well, like the physical counties that we've been following. That we've seen premature posting, we've seen claims that cannot be backed by evidence, because ultimately we haven't reached a stage where a winner can be called in the presidential campaigns. We've also seen a lot of people kind of get really excited about this, what they think are results, but are essentially just dreams or wishes by particular supporters of candidates. I think we have to remind people at this point that it is the Electoral Commission that has the responsibility of transmitting the official results. Even the media stations can only provide provisional results, and therefore everything else is like I say, it could be dreams, it could be, opinions, but they're not the official results.
I think I'll come back to you a bit later on, Irungu, to get your fake news tips. I'm sure you have a few of them. But Joshua,
how to stay sane.
You've been here for the last 2 days. I suspect you'll be here again tomorrow. As an observer from a civil society perspective, what exactly are you looking for between now and when the final declaration is made that will tell you that this has been these are free and fair elections, or a free and fair election?
So what we'll be looking for in this critical transitional election in our country is the level of transparency in terms of information flow from the Commission to the entire Kenyan nation, on how Kenyans are informed periodically on the ongoing processes here, and the involvement of all other stakeholders. We've seen how the political party agents have been involved at the polling station level, at the three-tier tallying centers, and now here at the National Tallying Center. We can see also on how friendly the political party agents are to each other in the hall at the Bomas of Kenya, unlike the information that is out there where we think that these people are antagonistic. We've seen them smiling. They are sharing several tables together, counting and tallying, the forms, the results that have come, through the portal, Form 34As, and then the Form 34Bs have been delivered physically by the returning officers from different, constituencies.
That's right.
So for me, I think this is a process to learn. And as Horton has said, I think even it's high time we moved everything into digitally, because I think we can see it's foolproof. It is, open to the public, open to the media, open to anybody. Do you just verify and say that these were the results that were declared in this particular polling station, and now they are being compared with the Form 34Bs that have been, delivered here physically. And I think that will be a deterrence from any kind of cooking along the way to Bomas of Kenya.
Joshua almost seems to be giving the IEBC an A+, but an A+ is hard to get. What questions would you have in regards to the same? Where do you feel IEBC still has some ways to go, even as you give us your your assessment of the election?
In some ways, it's too early, really, to do a pronouncement on how well the elections. And we know, of course, what happened prior to the elections. We're seeing the process unfolding. I mean, our interest has been really around the electoral environment. I mean, the concerns we raised today in a public statement were really around, the kind of violence and the assault that we've seen around the tallying stations. So 200 there were 200 incidences across stations yesterday that affected women.
Yesterday or on the 9th?
Sorry, on the 9th. Gosh,
Okay,
you mean it's 2 days now.
Yeah, we're
it's merging.
Heading to the 12th.
Yeah, okay, let's so on the 9th. So 200 incidents, across polling stations affected women. We've seen in the last 48 hours, of course, there was the fatal shooting of Brian Olunga in Kimilili. There was the fatal stabbing of Peter Adina in Obunga, Kisumu County. We've seen violence in places like Mvita and also in Kongowea. And, we saw shooting by the police in Wasingishu during that confrontation between two gubernatorial candidates. And we've seen, I think a worrying case, hopefully this will be the last one, of an NYS officer who was sexually assaulted by a police officer in Bungoma. So although the numbers are not, more than 20, 30, we need to keep an eye on this, because I think as the temperature begins to rise, we need to make sure that we don't see fatalities and sexual assault cases and injuries come out of these elections. That too is important for these elections.
Joshua, having looked at, of course, the voter turnout trends, which could take us a little bit back, we are at a moment, and if you look online, where a lot of Kenyans are saying, as much as we appreciate the rigors, the change of approach by the IEBC, nevertheless, all this waiting definitely leads to some form of anxiety. I think, what's your message tonight to Kenyans, even as they sort of continue to await this process with all the flying around?
Yeah, my appeal to Kenyans is that we remain calm, patient, the way we've done before. We await the IEBC pronouncement of, the tallying processes here at the Bomas of Kenya. The Constitution gives them a frame of time, which is 7 days since, the election day, to tally these results and they announce. But of course, they have made a commitment that they do that soonest, which we appeal to them that the longer we stay without getting the final tally, it is going to grow the anxiety and, of course, give room for more fake news and disinformation and misinformation. But I think I also encourage the Commission that they give more periodic updates, not necessarily just waiting for, not just waiting for, the declaration of the results from polling stations. But I'm also happy that the involvement of the religious leaders by praying to the nation and even, calling upon Kenyans to remain calm. I think that is a good set of practice that we encourage to continue here at the Bomas of Kenya as the nation gets updated. But again, we say also time can be a manufacturer of many other things. We don't know what would be, ongoing between now and the time that the final tally will be released. We want this momentum to be, safeguarded in a way that Kenyans can trust the process. So that today we've just heard of one declaration. I mean, one tally, which is Webuye East, considered as we speak now. But I think Kenyans would have expected more speed along this. But again, when you look at the exercise inside the Bomas of Kenya, it's very rigorous. It involves many verifiers from all the political divide and all participants, including the political party agents, to ensure that there is certainty of the comparison from what was posted in the public portal and the forms that were brought here at the Bomas of Kenya physically. So for me, my appeal for Kenyans is that we remain calm, we respect each other, the other positions, whether it is the MCA, the gubernatorial or senatorial, because that also would, puncture a relationship outside here, the Bomas of Kenya, which are waiting for the presidential results. But more important is that when you look critically at the behavior of Kenyans, I think this election is very unique in the sense that people are saying regardless who wins, Kenya must be, must remain focused, where we work with the leader that the majority of Kenyans will have, decided as the majority met the threshold of the Constitution of Kenya, which is 50+1 and 25% of at least half of the counties of our republic.
Irungu, as you listen to Joshua, he has spoken to Kenyans, but what do do you make of this trend? It happens every 5 years whenever there's a by-election of the chest thumping by political players. Right now on social media, the most common phrase is, we've taken this, we've won, it's just a matter of time. In a state of waiting that Kenyans are in right now, are such statements healthy? What would be your thoughts on this?
Well, obviously, under the Constitution, everybody has the right of the freedom of expression. And as Lupita Nyong'o would say, all dreams are valid. But I think for Kenyans, what we have to do is we have to acknowledge these are probably wish lists. They're statements not of fact. They're statements of, desire and aspiration. And we must treat them so. I think we can, read a comment and just simply say that's their view. It's not the results. And I think that's the critical point here. I think the other message to Kenyans really is to respect each other's different political choices. I mean, I think that's really the basis of our democracy, is that we can have different choices. We can make and we can still come back and be a nation that is able to pull together and deliver. The second one, really, for those that conceded, the leaders and the candidates who have conceded, I think we just acknowledge them. We acknowledge that maturity that simply says, I conceded, and congratulate the winners, because I think that also sets, a powerful message that, we know that not everybody can win an election. It's like a football match or like a marathon. Not everybody wins, right? So, and even just look at the tens of, was it 16,000 people who ran in this election?
116,105.
Exactly, to be precise. How many seats do we have? Less than
1,879.
You've been doing this for too long.
We've been working day and night.
There will be a lot of people who will lose in this election, and we just have to thank them for coming to serve. We have to thank them for having the courage again and not whip the rest of the country into some violent space. And the very last one is this, is that, violence, intimidation, assault are there are so many call centers, so many the National Commission for Human Rights, whether it be the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, all of these agencies and the National Police Service have helplines, and people should exercise their right to or any acts of intimidation at this time. And the very last one, you asked me a question about, how do we keep sane over this period? And I think this information is...
your tips. Go ahead.
My tips.
Yeah.
They're very simple. Just keep a critical, listen to the information. We know that 30% of us don't actually follow the news. Unfortunately, 30% of the country are not watching us right now. They're actually getting their news from Instagram or even TikTok, which was once a dancing app, but now has become a political news app. So I think the first thing is, look at the authenticity of the source. If you are getting an announcement about the elections and it is not the Electoral Commission, then that is simply an opinion. The second one is, who else is reporting this? I mean, I think that's also important. And then, be careful, because I think people who put lies on social media are looking to exaggerate. They're looking to actually feed your bias. So they will feed you with information that you think is right or you wish were right, but actually is just false. So I think these are the things that we can do to remain sane.
You've done that for free. Thank you so much. Very good information. Joshua, the culture of conceding, which Irungu has alluded to, a sign of a maturing democracy?
Oh, yes, it is. It is, because if the verdict of the people, because the people have prepared to sign a contract with the next regime of leaders for the next 5 years. So Article 1 of our Constitution, the sovereign power belongs to the people. So it's the people to decide. And this is the first means of public participation through an election. So it will be the people engaging through a social contract with their next regime of leaders. And no one is more powerful than the people who have made a decision through the ballot. Because one man, one vote, or one woman, one vote. So no one can go against that. And it's the will of the people. But more importantly is that we are not looking at the IEBC as the sole entity that is going to deliver this baby, the outcome of this election. We have also other agencies, as Otton has said, like, for instance, the National Police Service. We urge them, those ones who are under the command of the Commission, to do their job dutifully, responsibly, And we have those ones that are outside the Bomas of Kenya or the tallying centers across the country who are roving just to maintain law and order, to also do their job dutifully and ensure that they safeguard law and order and have protection of lives of Kenyans to be their priority mandate, and stop any forms of harassment. We have also the judiciary. Should there be any dispute, people who are not, happy with the outcome of the elections, instead of probably, of course, without necessarily undermining the civic duty of Kenyans to demonstrate or do, processions and petitions and all that, they can file petitions like the way we did in 2013, 2017, and we respect the verdict that is going to come out of the judiciary. And I think, for me, that is also another very critical institution that Kenyans are waiting, should there be any contestation, so that Kenyans can remain calm and await the full process, should there be any form of, dispute. And of course, the other subsidiary institutions that are also going to help all these key institutions, such as, of course, IPOA, to maintain and ensure that police are disciplined, and they also exercise their duties. And of course, let's not also forget the media. Responsible journalism is very critical in ensuring that Kenyans get educated, informed, and even get real-time news. Because I think at this time, we are also reflecting very critically on what happened in 2007. Because those ones that are to the ICC, we are also people from the media. So even this time, responsible journalism is very critical, because in debunking, verifying information, and even helping citizens to know that this kind of news is not genuine, is fake, because the citizens rely heavily on what the media chants out there. And you can see in all the stations, the primary, even what IBC is announcing here, people are following through the media. And I think the media should really help Kenyans in terms of debunking disinformation and misinformation.
And I think I love one of the things you've said about really verifying what you read.
Yes.
And I would say before you share.
Before you share.
Because I think some people share to then verify, and by then it's already gotten out of control.
Yes.
Irungu, even as we celebrate the gains made in achieving Article 86 of the Constitution, in terms of how an election should be carried out in this country, and many have spoken of the gains that have been made since 2017, 2013, and of course 2007 as well. Nevertheless, elections in this country are still an event that stops the country, in the sense that you still have businesses closing early this week. You still have a lot of people sending messages to journalists, to civil society, asking, is everything okay? We are stuck. We can't sort of move our lives forward until it's done. When will we get to a place as a country where an election, we don't need a public holiday, we don't need to stop our businesses, you just take time from your workplace, hop over, vote, go back, and you can trust that your vote will count at the end of the day? What do we need to get to that?
Well, I think we need to reduce the levels of anxiety. I think it needs, a sense of public confidence and trust in public institutions, that the Electoral Commission will get faster at being able to tally and transmit results. I would hope that we would go the next step in terms of digital. I would like to be able to go online like I go to my eCitizen and simply vote there. Why do I physically have to go and queue up to vote? I mean, I think these are the innovations that we could see coming forward. I think the other thing really is ensuring that we do invest in voter education. That actually, for a lot of people, they probably went to the polls and saw the faces of the candidates for the first time. But I think what we have to do is to continue doing the work that, I think African Uncensored did a great thing, which is to create a portal where just by putting your street or your village, you could see the full list of the people that you could vote for. Or the IBC, for example, giving us the link to tell us which polling station we were verified, we were going to, and the stream that we were going to. So I think these are the innovations that make it easier for us to move forward. And I think, if we have another election, this election passes without a post-election violent episode or post-election violence, we will see in the next election greater confidence that this would proceed. So I think these are some of the things that would make a difference. Yeah.
Joshua, can I add a point on this? You saw the commission complaining about the late disbursement of funds. And I know the Elections Act provides for IBC fund, just like the way we've had the Judiciary Fund a few weeks ago. It was implemented, and I think
it was a commission that wasn't properly constituted until September last year.
Yes, so I think IBC fund will solve some of these logistical problems, like issues around mix-up of ballot papers, like the way we've seen in the suspended electoral areas, such as in Kakamega, and Mombasa, and the west parts of West Pokot. So, but when you ask, the way things are done hurriedly without, there's a plan. Right? I mean, if they had their funding way in advance, and of course, we need to reduce the cost of elections in our country. Yeah. We are spending too much. And even when you look at the voter turnout, how many ballot papers were never used? And it costs a lot of money to print those ballot papers. I am looking forward to an arrangement where we do not have voter registration in this country, where automatically when you are acquiring your national identity card, you automatically become a voter. I am looking at a situation where other agencies of government, such as the Civil Registration Bureau, are able to know the number of births and are able to monitor that when people reach the age of 18, which is adulthood, and you acquire your national identity card, then you are transferred in terms of records to the IEBC to become a voter. When you die or when you are, during your demise, it is reported and is struck out. So that we leave this exercise of hiring KPMG or, let's say, auditing, the voters register. And South Africa is a case study that we have where when South Africans reach the age of 18, they are registered, and they are the age of at the age of 16. But at the age of 18 is when they transition now to become fully, enrolled in the admissions register for voters, for voter participation in the elections. So why don't we even adopt that as a country? Because we have our data in our phones, we have our data in our, with the immigration, especially even those ones that are in diaspora. The 12, diaspora polling, the participating countries.
Yes.
I mean, it's too expensive to run. And we have a lot of Kenyans, like for instance in Australia, which has a huge population of Kenyans who are not even participating. So, I mean, why don't we, like for instance, the immigration department, when a Kenyan is traveling out the country, why would we not even make it to mandatory to ask that Kenyan, where would you want to participate to vote? And you are from which constituency? Than limiting, if we've succeeded to have prisoners get involved in our elections, and then this diaspora, why can it not be 100%? I mean, what is so hard, what is so critical for us? And I think Irungu mentioned something, that there is a trust deficit. But we can work on this trust deficit if we implement and own our national values and principles of governance.
Joshua, I think I'm getting a hint of what your recommendation to the IEBC post this election would look like. I'm sure both of you, your organizations, would write to the IEBC. Irungu, anything he's missed out on in terms of possible recommendations for a better election?
I think Joshua's on a roll. And I think the other point that perhaps we could mention is campaign financing regulations, right? Because our campaigning, it's not just that the elections are very expensive in terms of the running of the elections, but that we have deliberately allowed a scope for dirty money and for this to become almost like an auction, not an election, in the sense that there are no real ceilings on candidates who are running for any of these 6 positions. And secondly, also, there is very little obligation on them to report the sources of their funding. So what you do is you have an election that is really designed for an elite, very wealthy, powerful minority, and all the other 16,000 plus candidates are really struggling to be able to get their voice across, to be able to sell their policies, to be able to meet people, because the space is dominated by these very few, perhaps 500 very wealthy individuals. And then the last one, I think, is really the reform of the political parties. Right? I think the other issue that we have to face squarely is that if you create political parties really as special purpose vehicles for the elections, then you do not have party loyalty among your members. Members are not contributing to the political parties, and literally what you have is essentially a series of vehicles that change shape every election. And I think those two recommendations, those 2 areas of recommendations, would make a big difference in terms of maturing our democracy.
Okay, campaign financing political parties. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yes, and Otton makes a very important point here about money, because money has become a necessary evil in our elections.
Big money.
Big money. And for me, that leads to the next recommendation that I want to make, that we need, during the post-election, to have a psychosocial support for both losers and winners.
Did you watch our feature? We had a big story a week ago, the Mheshimiwa burden.
The Mheshimiwa burden,
yes. And we had former politicians who spoke about their trials and tribulations.
Yes, because these people are going to hold public office to manage our public affairs. You know, our resources, our taxes, our legislation, and our representation, and all sorts of, oversight responsibilities. If they are not well prepared and made to be capable to manage their successes if they are winners, these people will get involved in primitive businesses of tenders and all this to get back their investment during the election campaigns. So what happens with those ones who lost? It might also result to other kind of despair situations, or get compromised in the process to also join those ones who won to become, special vehicle purposes for the next campaigns. And we will lose sanity in terms of our post-election plans of development, because 47 counties are going to have their third regime of their CIDPs, the County Integrated Development Plans. So we have gubernatorial candidates who've come for the first time. They've used a lot of money to campaign, a lot of resources, at least 15% of our total national revenue will be deployed to the counties. So how would that money translate into change of lives amidst these hard economic times in our country? Then we have the national level commitment and functions of government. How do we ensure that those ones that go to the Senate, the National Assembly, and the presidency that is going to form the executive be responsible to ensure that these resources that are collected by Kenyans translate into the improving of lives of Kenyans? I think that is also a stage that we need to go into seriously, because we don't want to stop at the announcement of these election results at the Bomas of Kenya. Another cycle is going to begin immediately. As we talk about reforms, also those ones that we've been charged with the mandate of representing Kenyans at different portfolios, at the county level and at the national level. How do they provide services and remain accountable, so that when we approach 2027, we are talking about report cards, either for a re-election or for getting new leaders?
Someone had said that we might soon be talking about 2027. You've mentioned it, and I thought, oh my goodness, we've already started, haven't we? Irungu, how can we ascertain, and I know you want to respond to what Joshua said
there's a thought there,
that elections don't just produce the most popular leader, but also good leaders in line with Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
No, I think, somebody once said to me that politicians become leaders on the basis of either one of two things. Either they have a conscience, which means that they have a moral compass that keeps them straight, or they are frightened of consequences. But there are some politicians that have neither, right? And those are the ones that tend to be the most corrupt, they tend to be the most violent. There was a thought that I had, and I don't want to do what we've said we should not do, which is to kind of predict the election. But let me just put it this way. 60 million people plus came out and voted. Given the way that the trend of the results coming in, unless there's a major upset, it is very likely that the president who is pronounced the winner, or the winner that's pronounced the president by the Electoral Commission, will probably have somewhere in the range of between 8 million and probably 8.2 million votes over the loser, or the three losers. Now, if we think about it that way, it means that that president will come with a mandate of about 30% of the electorate. That would be about 17% of the population, right? If you do the maths quickly. Now, that is not a popular mandate, right? So the first thing we have to say to whoever it is that is elected is that rather than spending the next 5 years trying to recover the money you've spent in the elections, you need to concentrate on building a popular mandate and a popular base, so that in the next electoral cycle, you have a chance of running a powerful campaign, right? And I think that's the issue. The country, is not necessarily very unified around the presidential candidates in this election. So I think it really behoves whoever it is to come in to actually demonstrate, like you said, a leadership style that is couched within the leadership and integrity, Chapter 6 of our Constitution. That would be my message to whoever it is that will be pronounced winner.
Again, we trust that they are listening this evening. And let me get some final thoughts on you on this before I hand you back to Yvonne Okwara in our studios. So Joshua, next couple of days, you're here, and your eye is to ensure, as an observer, that to the best of our ability, the elections are free and fair. A few thoughts on what you'd say to IBC this evening. You know, we tried to get them here. We're told they've been in a meeting. It's a busy season for them. One of the busiest in the last 5 years, I imagine.
Yeah, my final thoughts is that we have only one IBC in our country. We have only one chairman of the IBC in our country. We do not have an alternative IBC. We plead with the IBC to deliver a verdict that is highly believable to Kenyans without any compromises from whichever forces, to remain to the fidelity of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and ensure that Kenya remains peaceful. We learn from the past mistakes, and so far we applaud the Commission by ensuring that those mistakes are never repeated, and even pray that the whole country gets held together regardless of different backgrounds and even the outcome of the other elections, so that we have a peaceful Kenya moving forward.
Okay, and for you, Irungu?
So I guess for me, my parting comment really would be on disinformation. And I would just say, you know, vitu kwa digital ni tofauti kwa ground. Please verify, don't share unverified information. It is not helpful, and definitely lies don't make results.
Okay, and Joshua, one last one for you on this one. A journalist will always say, finally, one last time. Your key standout of this election. So this election has had several trends that have been different from previous ones, from the voter turnout question to the Kim's Kits one as well. For you, what really has stood out, and I guess on a positive perspective, but also what has been your biggest concern?
I think the Commission's acceptance to be given information periodically by different stakeholders, whether observers, media, and even submitting themselves to answer questions. I know that happened before, but I think during these elections, it is on another level. Even for them to accept the media and the political party to tally the results and even go to the portal to check the outcome of the different, Form 34As, for me it's very admirable, because no one can change that. And people are monitoring whether somebody wants to tamper and where there are errors. Like yesterday when the chairman came to the public and said that there was an error in Ruriri, there was an erroneous form that was uploaded to the president.
Exactly.
I mean, that for me is very admirable, and that should continue. And of course, even the members of the media would ask that, but you've never mentioned this and there was this. And they went to verify and came back to say that truly we established that there was this, and it's been since corrected, and it will be corrected here at the Bomas, not at that particular polling station. So for me, I think that is very admirable. And when I sit here, I am confident that the comparison of the physically delivered Form 34Bs being compared with what is in the public portal, which is for 6,000 plus uploaded forms, is foolproof. I mean, because they say, technology is not a panacea to solutions of, various problems that are all there. But I can see here,
to bad manners,
we have a backup system that is here.
Yes.
And when you look at that, the sequence of the party agents together with the IBC data clerks here, going around to verify, moving from one table to the other, the level of verification is on another level that we've never seen in another election.
Irungu, what is at stake for Kenya regionally, continentally, and globally? Joshua has told us there's some things happening in South Africa that we should emulate. But our neighbors in Uganda, in Tanzania, if social media is anything to believe, a couple of journalists have been tweeting about it, are very impressed with what they are seeing here. What's at stake?
No, I think Kenya continues to be a beacon to a lot of countries across the world, and I think sadly, decaying democracies, 50% of the decaying democracies in the world today are actually in places like Europe. Huh? Okay. So it's not that we're just comparing ourselves to this region. We're comparing ourselves now to Europe and
we need to talk more about that. I think that's a very interesting.
Actually, one of the interesting things, actually, you've provoked me a little bit. One of the interesting things is the absence of foreign policy conversations in these elections. So somebody asked me, one of the international observers asked me, so what is the difference between the foreign policy of Azimio, Kenya Kwanza, Agano, and Roots? And I was struck because I couldn't make that comparison. It is one of the most silent conversations. And it is bizarre in some ways, because if you think about it, we are a heavily indebted country, right? So is there no policy towards the Chinese? Is there no policy towards the European Union? What is our position? What is Kenya Kwanza and Azimio's position on the invasion of Ukraine? or on refugee protection globally. I mean, these are the things that we're interesting. Now, I'm coming back to your question, which is, you know, Kenya over the last 4 or 5 years has increased its influence globally. We were on the UN Security Council. We have been on the AU Peace and Security Architecture. We are mediating in places like DRC. We've opened up a number of embassies, and whichever government comes in is going to have to think about what's the foreign policy framework within which, you know, what will succeed the Jubilee foreign policy. So I think it's important to actually see this moment, you know, significantly in the context of the world. If we have a post-election violent, you know, period, we will reaffirm to the world that we are incapable of having, first of all, good elections, but bad post-election consequences. So I think that's the challenge we have to hold on to. And, you know, I hope that the leadership of the political parties, the Electoral Commission, the media and everybody are really watching for this post-election period, because we have to manage it, you know, peacefully and in a manner in which we don't see a reversal of all the progress that we've seen leading up to the election and on polling day.
Well, so far the report from the election observers has been good. They've spoken about what they saw on election day as free and fair, by and large. A few concerns, fake news and other things, but they believe those are being addressed, and of course, by mainstream media and other players as well. But we certainly hope stakeholders out there have listened to this conversation. I've sat here with two amazing guests, Joshua Changwony, Executive Director, Constitution and Reform Education Consortium of Kenya. Thank you for making time for us today, and look forward to seeing you here again tomorrow. Irungu Houghton, Executive Director, Amnesty International, always a pleasure. And here at the Bomas of Kenya, we are not going very far, and I'm joined by my colleague Stephen Leto, who's actually inside the auditorium, where the agents of political parties, especially those with presidential candidates in this race, are burning the proverbial midnight oil. It's been quite a beehive of activity for the better part of the afternoon, the evening as well, and I expect many of them will not go to sleep until they're sure that they have verified all the forms that are coming in, the 34Bs, double-checking them with 34As, ensuring that the IEBC staff are doing the right thing, verifying that their agents' signatures there from the constituency are the same ones that are brought to here on the documentation, and just following the process through and through. And here at Citizen TV at this studio, and of course back at the Communication Center, we will be giving you updates as and when we get them. But for now, Yvonne, back to you.
Thank you, Wahiga, for that. And we just want to pick up a little bit from the conversation that Wahiga has had at the Bomas of Kenya. And I think this is a conversation we've had about, you know, how does Kenya compare with her neighbors in the region when it comes to election management? And Joshua, you think that we should be comparing ourselves to Ghana?
Kenya should only be comparing itself in Africa to Ghana and maybe South Africa and the rest of the countries. If you look at the conversation about our elections from the neighboring countries, they have been envying us. So there's nothing much you can speak about Uganda, because I remember the joke around Twitter was the Ugandans and the Tanzanians were wondering, internet is on. We are actually conducting an election. Like there's power, there's internet, and people continue criticizing.
And you don't know your president.
In fact, they're even shocked that we are sharing results all over. In fact, at some point, every Kenyan is a returning officer.
Yes, that's right.
Everyone has a result. So I think that shows you, or maybe it's a pat on our back in terms of culturally, or if you talk about our democracy, we have evolved, but we lost it somewhere. I think 2007 was a blight, and we lost it because if you look at the history of Ghana, the reason why I'm saying we're comparing with Ghana is because they came and overtook us post-2002. Because up to 2002, we couldn't compare, because Ghana was coming also from a military dictatorship. Right. Kenya hasn't experienced that. In fact, Ghana has had 3 or 4 coups. So we were better placed than them. But they learned from us. In fact, the joke around is that post-2002, Ghana came and benchmarked with Kenya. And did well 2006, 2011. And if you look at Ghanaian elections, they are what we are seeing now. A winner wins with 0.1%, 0.2%. Nana Akufo-Addo, they have always been winning with percentages.
And they have changed over one administration.
And like us, like the last 2 elections, the two NDC and the other party have always exchanged, like change of power has never been an issue. So for them, they finished the elections in 3 days. Very close, very competitive, that none can even predict who wins. So they have overtook us, and that's why I say we just need to retrace back. Whatever happened in 2007 and the experience we got, by virtue that we were able to get a new constitution, and electoral justice was at the center of the consideration of the new constitution, And that's why you see how we invest significantly in an election. Someone would ask, why are we placing in 49 billion? Because Kenyans are political and we are emotional about it. It is so personal with us. Whoever comes in, whatever government comes in, has a direct impact in our lives for the next 5 years. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Right.
So because of that, this is the only significant chance a Kenyan gets a chance. And even though it is expensive, it is better we spend anything but get it right. And 2022, I feel, offers that path. I've been arguing robustly that even our electoral culture has changed a bit. 2022 is when we've had the leading coalitions identified by their agenda, not personality per se.
Right.
Even though Kenya Kwanza is predominantly William Ruto, but you will remember it's a hustler nation. They call themselves hustler nation.
Correct.
You go to Azimio, even the word Azimio, it's Azimio la Umoja. Then they talk about unity and governance.
Correct.
So you actually identify them with an agenda.
Correct.
And 22 has been a fight over an agenda. So that, I remember we were arguing with Prof. The Kenya Kwanza team, we were saying, you guys don't have a plan. We have a plan. Then they come back at us and say, no, you're just copy-pasting. So we are fighting over an agenda.
Right.
If we've been able to progress politically to a level that a political contest is fought over an agenda, to the point that if you saw this election, there was no tension.
Right.
In fact, the fear is possibly that took away the emotion and the momentum that comes with turnout, so that it was a very normal occurrence. So the same must apply also to the processes.
Correct.
Look at how we took it calmly when, for example, Kim's some failed. And IBC, I'll credit them for coming back quickly and say, okay, some have failed, we have some backup, we can do manual. That ability to always have a solution, and Kenyans who are very patient enough to take, gives an opportunity. I keep saying we are not yet there. The amount we spend does not allow us to make mistakes. We should be so good and so well that in 2 days we should finish this exercise. From the time of voting, by the next morning. I think there's nothing wrong comparing ourselves with the US. Look at the media. Let me also give you a chance. Media has done it. Whatever CNN, Fox News always do for the American election is what the media have done. You're even ahead of time. One of the reasons people don't understand is that the media tallies are basically slowed down because you have to wait for IBC. The media cannot pronounce or declare. It is the work of the National Returning Officer. But that shows that movement. This is the foundation. Going forward, let's not compare ourselves with Tanzania, Uganda. Let them come benchmark, but not benchmark with our problems, but rather see how we rose from the ashes and made it right.
Okay, and so how do we build on that foundation, Prof?
Yeah, and what you're talking about makes sense, because we're looking at management of election, but you're also looking at development of a democracy. And I've always argued, I lived in South Africa for very many years, and I've always argued that Kenya is unique and very advanced in that regard, because I mean, if you look at Tanzania, you look at Uganda, you look at South Africa and so on, you basically have one dominant party that's going to win anyway. So the competition, the elections are not that highly contested. And in Kenya, in fact, is interesting, like almost every single election, there's a new party that wins, either from opposition or from nowhere,
That's right.
apart from this Jubilee exception. And the elections are extremely competitive. And that's partly why I agree totally with Wakili here, that Ghana is a better benchmark, because they've actually had this frequent change of power, and also elections that are very close and highly contested, which, of course, in Kenya, had resulted in a lot of tensions before. And we're saying, fine, I mean, if we are able to refine our systems, both legally and in terms of election cultures, then, in fact, we'll actually have something that works for us and our unique competitiveness. Our politics is competitive all the way from MCAs, coming all the way to the presidency. South Africa votes on the basis of party lists, for example, at all levels. So the fellows who are coming in are more or less known, even before elections.
Can I ask about, the strength of political parties? Obviously, the system that they have in South Africa is different, where the party literally, can recall the president, as we've seen them do, with Thabo Mbeki and with Jacob Zuma.
With Zuma too.
These are some of the things that happen. Our system is different.
Right.
But there's also the strengthening of political parties.
Right.
Isn't that, Steve, there's one thing we can do legislatively, but then it sometimes feels like legislation and politics don't always work together, and that in fact they are pulling in opposite directions.
Well, I think South Africa actually, contrary to popular belief, is not a good example of what, in terms of democratic maturation.
Correct.
Because it's a largely de facto one-party state.
Correct.
The ANC controls everything. And the other players are not like EFF. Those are fringe peripheral parties with no significant stake in decision-making, actually in political processes. Again, it's proportional. They have a mixed member proportional representation format.
Right.
Yeah.
Which relies heavily on party lists than generating leaders from the ballot.
Right.
The way Kenya has chosen to incubate democracy has a longer-term benefit. At one point, South Africa will have to unlearn what they have built in the last, I think, 20 years, since '94, and then pick from where Kenya is now, and then start consolidating differently. But I think what I view this election to be, first, is the celebration of our constitutional framework. Because everything that is manifesting in this election is a consequence of the robust and functional constitutional framework and the institutions ordained by that constitution. But that conversation is not complete. The constitution has not designed it to be complete. The constitution has only established the floor, a threshold.
Then from there,
but then we have to build
on that. Yeah.
The race towards the top will be driven by culture.
Correct.
So at what point do we start to celebrate the emergence of a robust culture?
Do you think we've started that?
I think
now?
it would appear that we have started it because this election has fully highlighted our strengths and our weaknesses.
Exactly.
The weaknesses, obvious weaknesses, is that we have still mobilized political support largely around ethnic solidarity, but there's been a significant, even a dramatic shift in the nature of our politics, and we must celebrate the emergence of a new political constituency known as the Hustler Nation. Regardless of how this election goes, the ability of the Deputy President to disrupt the politics in Mount Kenya and elsewhere and create a new constituency around the hustler narrative, I think political analysts, and I'm not one of them, would debate it for years to come and even document it. And now Azimio, at least now you will remember more about Baba Care, free primary, secondary, and university education. This election has forced an issue-based conversation.
Correct, true.
Which, if we consolidate, it means we can do better in 2027 and then build on there. The one thing that has disappointed me, we have also seen this election has the returns. Look at the winners of this election. The election is also a celebration of mediocrity.
Oh, how so?
I mean, the vote, there's still a disturbing pattern of people who have been badly scandalized. Moral people that have no moral value, moral or ethical standard, somehow filtering through the process. And EACC protested. A section of the civil society protested, but the voters were adamant. And if you look at, let me not mention their names, let them celebrate their victory. But if you're scandalized, you get into politics, you're more likely to be elected.
Yeah, and I guess that's something about, about the culture. Just hold that thought, because that's also the voters. And if, if that's who the voters say they want to, regardless of what may or may not have been alleged about them, Prof.
Yeah.
There's a question, though, that the extent to which you can actually blame the voter for production of mediocrity. Yeah, because we presume, and Wakili, you are the one who's pushing for constitutionality and implementation of the Constitution. Some of us, outside of the legal space are asking, what does this Chapter 6 actually mean? Now, surely, in a democracy, once we clear candidates, can you proceed then to suggest to the voter whom to elect? Immediately you give them the candidates. The assumption is that all those candidates qualify to be leaders, and democracy demands that the voters choose whoever they want, including having no reason to choose.
Yeah, because and that's what it is, right? That when voters go into that booth, that solemn private moment. You know, people
is their legal
choose who
right.
they want to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because they like the way they look.
Exactly. Even the color of their clothes.
Their personality, or because they don't like their opponent. I mean,
Or
that,
no reason.
that personal
Because they don't know them.
They don't even know them.
And this one
you
is
know,
interesting.
Because I'm wondering, Joshua, if everyone who went to the polling booth knew every candidate
that was voting.
on the, at least this time for the presidency we had 4.
Right.
But for some, the MCA was a long list, senator was a long list, MP is the same, countywoman member.
Right.
You know, is there any voter who can say with certainty, I know all of these people across the 6 seats,
Correct.
and out of all of them, I have made a very conscious choice to pick X.
Now, do I even need to know
Do I? Yes.
2 things. One,
Yeah.
we massively underestimate the intelligence of the voter.
Right.
I always feel that we don't try to sit down with them, especially the illiterate everyday voter.
Right.
Number 2, our obsession with legislating every problem.
Yeah.
And in the legal circles, if there's one fight we've never had, a conclusion is the idea that you can legislate morality and values. That is a lost game. You are either on this side or the other side.
Correct.
For those that strongly believe you can legislate, that is exactly what Prof was asking. We have
Yes.
chapter 6, what does it mean?
Yeah.
So I'll come back to this. We massively underestimate the voter. The voter actually takes time to reason and to see what kind of a person you are. Yesterday a question was put, what makes one electable? What are the considerations the voter look at?
Right.
And they actually look at so many things. By the time a voter says, I don't like this person,
Yeah.
Right.
I as a voter will say one thing. Prof will say something else.
Yeah.
Wakili will say something else.
Yeah.
But at the same time, remember voting is collective.
Right.
You know that moment they normally queue, they normally discuss.
Yeah.
I will come with clarity and say, I know 3 candidates here.
Yes.
I know who is going to be the governor.
Yeah.
I know who I'll vote for the MCA.
Yeah.
I know who I'll vote for,
Right.
for MP.
Correct.
But I don't know the women rep. I don't know the senator.
Correct.
Yes, sure.
Prof, remember now, let me tell you, if you're talking about the senator, then they discuss. Orally joins in. The moment the two discuss and bring something aspect about the Senate candidate, I get the data. So we agreed. So because of that,
Right.
democracy is interesting from that perspective. And that is why, if you try to get into the minds of the drafters of Chapter 6, they came from an open mind. I didn't feel Chapter 6 was meant to shackle. They came with a mind and say, what are the values? Right. What are the values we are looking at as a country, as a people? It was more or less like a philosophical question. What do we believe in?
So
what do
more
we desire?
philosophical and less prescriptive.
It is more philosophical.
Okay.
So that
So it's aspirational.
it is not even aspirational. It is a question of telling the voter, look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Just like the way you teach your children, do right, live right, be just, is
But you
exactly
have to-
what you would expect
Yeah.
of your leadership. The danger is one.
Yeah.
And this is where now you get the disconnect.
Right.
The aspects that control our politics in terms of money, that is it. Because the moment money aspect come into play, everything about the
Everything
value
else,
system
yeah,
is thrown out
that's
of
right.
the place. And let me explain. Money has 2 components.
Uh-huh.
Running a campaign, the logistics
Right.
behind running a campaign
Yeah.
requires financial resource.
Right.
However good or morally or good or religious you are, the joke around was presidential. In fact, it was a joke.
Right.
So people were saying,
Presidential.
how comes someone advocating for legalization of marijuana is beating a reverend? So from a value system, we say, surely we are all Christians and we remain. So how comes a reverend is being beaten? Why would Kenyans make that joke? They are conscious. They know. So the issue is the logistics of running a campaign. Number 2, if I'm able to put money into the campaign and do very flashy things and help people on their social needs and social problems, they'll not care where I got the money. They'll not ask who I am. They'll say, thank you, God bless you. You have a good heart. You're very generous. In fact, they now give values.
Joshua, may I maybe compare with what happens
Right.
in Europe, for instance, where the position itself isn't as lucrative,
True.
you know, as it is here. I mean,
Perfect.
here, you know,
It's an
Mheshimiwa
everyday job.
status is a haloed, you know, position. And yet, perhaps it's an issue about when all your basic needs are met, then you can aspire to those higher
Ideals.
Ideals, you know, in Maslow's hierarchy, right? I mean, if you you have enough food to eat, you know, your basics are done, you've got
Health.
education, you've got health, and then you can start to say, well, who are we as a people?
Right.
But at the end of the day, when it, you know, it becomes a base instinct that you're fighting for, then maybe that isn't. But anyway, I mean, we could talk about the philosophical aspect of that for tonight and possibly the next couple of nights. I just want to switch the conversation a little bit and start with you, Joshua, because you know, you've been at the county level.
Mm-hmm.
So the focus remains on we want to know what's happening, you know, with the presidency.
Yeah. Right.
But it's also very important what's happening at the county assemblies, the people who are going, you know, to be members of those at the National Assembly and at the Senate. What's your sense about where we're going with that, with some of the results that we're receiving about, you know, who's governor where, who's winning, you know, at the National Assembly and the Senate? That's equally important, right, for the person who will become president of this nation.
Now, for the county governments, they are unique. County governments are a local affair.
Yeah.
And most importantly, there are two opportunities. The first opportunity, county governments have had the ability of being checked by the public at close contact, in the
There's
sense
close
that
interaction,
they
right?
actually know.
Yeah.
So the beauty about it, voters are more informed about who a governor is, who an MCA is. And that is why, if you notice with statistics, the turnover of MCAs being thrown out is always 70 to 80%. Why? Because you've given a voter 5 years to actually observe you every single day.
Right.
Your MP, you see him over the weekend.
Yeah.
The
And
president,
power being devolved.
that is power
Yeah,
being
they-
devolved.
yeah.
Same applies to governors.
Right.
Number two, we have governors who are exiting after their 10-year term. And voters have had the time to review the 10 years and say, what are we aspiring to get? So counties offer the best opportunity. And I'm speaking after serving in the second county government,
Yes.
in the sense that the first county governments laid the foundation of devolution. There were no devolved governments before 2013, except for the local authorities devoid of money.
Yeah.
This was the first time real money went to the villages, and trying to devolve real government bureaucracy and procedures and workforce. So first county government's job was to set the foundation. Those that succeeded to do are those counties that in the second term thrived. The likes of Kakamega, Makueni, and the rest can be spoken from that angle. And it favored governors who actually came for the second term. Number two, second county governments where now I served in had a very simple expectation. Correct any mess that was occasioned by the first county government. If there was no foundation set, pick from there. Number two, build from the foundation and make the programs and the systems a reality. And I can guarantee you, across the 47 counties, if there's one thing that has been achieved, and that is, of course, through the help and the brute force, so for example, the national government through the CRA, COB, Treasury, we've been able to succeed to put in government bureaucracy. Third county governments are therefore lucky to come into a space where systems are there, our workforce is there. The only thing remaining is to make it happen in terms of bring the people closer to the aspiration, because the only mess or mismatch we had as a second county governments, we still didn't go close enough to the people and pick their expectation. So county assembly, if you look at why we are so personal about the incoming president, have you noticed that both coalitions have promised word development? Both coalitions,
Yeah.
whether Kenya Kwanza
Yeah.
or Azimio, and both have promised more than 35% devolve. And they say any devolved money would go to all the way to the ward level. So the MCs are excited about it. So you have a case whereby the devolved system have invested significantly with the national government with a view that whatever money comes, it will be important now to make it happen at the local level. Number two, which is more important, intergovernmental relation between the county and the national.
Right.
Remember during the debate, the deputy president was being put a task to explain the roles of IBEC and what had been achieved by ABEC. Going to these third county governments, that will even be more glaring, because each of the coalitions has been trying to put it out there that they'll put more money to the county governments, but importantly, money should follow the function, so that the governors that are coming in, the MCs that are coming in, have a challenge of surpassing expectation of the first two county governments and deliver. So for me, the third county governments, both assemblies and the executives, are coming in with a point of expectation and promise to deliver the real devolution. No excuses about processes, no excuses about the money.
About funds?
Nothing about that.
Okay, all right. I'd like you to hold that thought, Prof, because I see you want to jump in on that. But let's take a look at what's happening at the Bomas of Kenya now in our Stephen Leto is present there. Leto, tell us about what's happening now, the verification process of those Forms 34B. How is that going with the agents? And are we likely to hear from the Commission anytime soon?
Well, good evening, Yvonne. Indeed, the verification process is ongoing right here at the Bomas Auditorium. And already we have about 8 sets of workstations that, the Commission is using to, verify from what has come from the 290 constituencies. But what we understand is the various returning officers continue to make their way here, but there are those that have already arrived here, and that is what is happening exactly at the middle of the auditorium. Just verification. If you make a count, you'll find that about 10 people in one workstation doing that kind of verification. That, of course, bringing in IEBC officials, the political parties, representatives, just trying to see that the Form 34Bs and all that have been presented earlier on the portal are look the same or have the same features before they are being tallied and a final result is posted. Yvonne, it appears it is going to be a long wait for Kenyans who are waiting for the final results, because according to our assessment, the process is slow, basing on the amount or the level of verification that is therein. And so we are yet to get from the Commission. IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati is yet to address us, or one of the commissioners, as they have been doing, just to give us a quick update on what has been or what is transpiring or what we expect going forward. But until now, the Commission is yet to address the media and give the country the latest information with regards to the verification exercise of that is underway. But of course, we see agents from the political parties, the observers, all are here trying to also keep an eye and just see what exactly or how the process is ongoing. Yvonne, we anticipate that by morning we might the Commission or the verification exercise will be somewhere in terms of trying to clear the backlog that is already at the Bomas of Kenya. And so the Commission also continues to display in the screens inside and even outside the auditorium what is or what has already been verified inside and approved and posted. And so they are displaying that kind of that information, and which contains figures in terms of what has been already verified, which constituency has been cleared, and what each candidate has gotten in terms of numbers in those or in that particular or in those particular constituencies. And so, Yvonne, we will of course try to look for one of the commissioners or the commission chair himself, just to tell us what is happening on where exactly the commission is with regard to the verification process. Of course, that is the situation right inside the Bomas of Kenya. You look, there is a lot of activities right at the middle because of the level of verification and the amount of manpower that it involves, Yvonne. So we will, of course, be keeping an eye on every single bit that will be taking place right here at the Bomas of Kenya, so that we bring you the very latest from IEBC's NAV Center in this year's election. Yvonne.
Yes. Thank you, Stephen Leto, for that. And it's important to understand all those 8 workstations and what is happening at that point. And remember also the Forms 34B are being uploaded to the IEBC portal, and 164 of them have now been uploaded from Forms 34B. Now, Forms 34B are 291 in total. That's 290 constituencies plus 1 diaspora. So 164 of them are now on the IEBC portal. And remember, these are done by the returning officers, who then put together all the Forms 34A from the various polling stations. They add those up and put those in Forms 34B. So if you're actually looking for an easier way to add them up, because, really, tallying the figures from 46,229 Forms 34A, that can be a little more tedious. You can actually go on and take a look at the numbers from the Forms 34B, which are easier because they've actually collated and tallied all the numbers of the Forms 34A in the constituency. We hope to hear from the National Returning Officer, who's the chair of the IEBC, Wafula Chebukati, in just a few minutes. You can see that on your screens. So as soon as we get that, we will get that onto you. Now, we also know that 50 returning officers have also made their way to the Bomas of Kenya. And remember, it is that physical verification process that we have been discussing here that Steve Ogolla told us about that. So we will get some declaration of those results from at least some of those 50 that have arrived. In fact, I believe he made already one announcement, and that was for Webuye constituency. So now 50 returning officers have made their way there. We will shortly hear from Wafula Chebukati on how many of those that they have managed to do the verification. And then remember, those have to be verified, validated as you go through that entire process. Like we said, it is a process and it takes a bit of time. So we'll get that update from him. Before we get to the chair of the electoral management body, let's take you to Evans Asiba. Where is Evans? He's in Nakuru County, to give us an update on the races there. Evans?
Na hivyo ni uliosema ni hakika kwamba tuko katika kaunti ya Nakuru na tutakuwa tukizungumza tu pengine kujua nini kinachoendelea katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Na kwa tangu mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi tumeona sura tofauti na hapo jana, ambapo angalau kumekuwa na matangazo ya wale ambao wameshinda katika maeneo bunge tofauti, na ijulikane kwamba ibainike kwamba katika kaunti ya Nakuru tuna maeneo bunge 11, na kati ya 11 haya angalau 10 tayari washachagua na kupata mbunge wao, na tayari wametangazwa kama washindi na kusubiria pengine kutangazwa rasmi. Na katika eneo bunge la Rongai ambapo hawajapata kumpigia mbunge, maeneo hilo watakuwa wakisubiri hadi tarehe 23 ambapo watakuwa wakishiriki zoezi hilo la kumchagua mbunge wao. Lakini moja kwa moja acha nizungumze na yule meneja wa IEBC katika kaunti ya Nakuru, atuambie pengine sura ya swala nzima la kupata pengine seneta, ugavana na vile vile pia mwakilishi wa wanawake. Hali vipi kufikia sasa, aweze tu kutuchorea pengine picha ya hiyo. Ukijitambulisha tu daktari, pengine tuambie kufikia sasa hali vipi kuhusiana na swala nzima la tukianza tu pengine ugavana, seneta na mwakilishi wa wanawake katika bunge la kitaifa. Na vile vile pia tunaona kwamba tumekuwa hapa tangu mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi hadi saa 10, mkondo ukabadilika tukaelekea hapa. Vipi kufikia sasa hivi?
Asante sana. Jina langu ni Mele Joseph. Mimi ndio msimamizi wa uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Nakuru. Jambo linalotendeka hapa katika sehemu ya kuhesabia kura ya kaunti ni kwamba tunapokea matokeo kutoka vituo vyote vya constituency, na wasimamizi wa uchaguzi katika sehemu hiyo wanaleta matokeo ya uchaguzi ya ugavana, wa senator na county woman member to the National Assembly. Tunatarajia kupata matokeo ya hiyo uchaguzi 3 kutoka kwa constituencies 11, na mpaka sasa hivi tumepata 5, ambayo ni constituency ya Kuresoi South, kuna constituency ya Molo, kuna Njoro pia imefika, Subukia tumepokea, tumepata ya Nakuru Town West. So tunaongoja matokeo kutoka Naivasha, Gilgil, Bahati na Nakuru Town East ili tuweze, na pia Rongai, alafu tuweze kukamilisha shughuli hizi hili.
Pengine kama utakuwa yule wa kuchorea picha sasa hivi, matokeo ulionayo ni nani yuko mbele, pengine tukiangalia kwa ugavana au seneti na vile vile katika yule mwakilishi wanawake katika bunge la kitaifa?
Kwa ukweli, kwa sababu sijafika hata nusu ya zoezi la kuhesabu na kuconfirm, ni vigumu kusema nani yuko mbele. Ukweli, kwa kituo kimoja utaona huyu yuko mbele. Kwa mfano Susan Kiika kwa uchaguzi ule wa ugavana, alafu huku unampata huyo mwingine mwenzake ambaye ni mgombezi wake wa karibu ambaye ni gavana aliye kitini. pia unampata kwamba yuko mbele. So ni mapema sana kukadiria nani ndiye amechukua ile uongozi.
Hebu pengine iwapo unaweza ambia mtazamaji yule mpigaji kura anayetoka katika kaunti ya Nakuru, zaidi ya milioni 1 ya wale ambao wamejisajili ukawa wapigaji kura katika kaunti ya Nakuru, wote wako katika hali ya kusubiria na kujua ni nini kinaendelea. Wao pengine watakuwa wenye kujua viongozi wao saa ngapi leo, kesho, na muda gani ambao umesalia kuona umekamilisha zile ambazo zimesalia ambazo ni 6 zikufikisha 11.
Najua kuna dukuduku kweli baada ya ugombezi ambao ulikuwa ni wa karibu sana huu, lakini mimi nataka kuwajulisha wakazi wa Nakuru kwamba sisi tumeshinda hapa siku 2 zilizopita na pia leo tutashinda hapa, na tunatarajia kwamba tutakapofika kesho mwendo wa saa 4 hivi natumaini kwamba tutamalizia zoezi hili.
Ukilinganisha pengine chaguzi ya mwaka huu 22 kufikia sasa hivi, hali vipi pengine na wale ambao wamejitokeza kati ya milioni 1 au ukiweka kiasilimia, ni wangapi ambao waliweza kupiga kura katika kaunti ya Nakuru?
Kaunti ya Nakuru ilikuwa na zaidi ya asilimia 58 na kwamba kulikuweko na ukilinganisha na mwaka wa 2017 unapata kwamba wakati huu waliojitokeza kupiga kura walikuwa wamepungua kiidadi. Kwa hiyo kuna sababu nyingi. Baada ya zoezi hili lote tutakaa chini tukadirie, tuangalie ni lipi lililosababisha kuja kupiga kura kwa watu wachache. Hiyo ndio tunanuia.
Sijui kama utakuwa mwenye kuzungumza lolote kuhusiana na shughuli nzima.
Asante. Nitasema kuwa hili zoezi linaendelea vizuri na tunatumai kwa kufikisha kesho tutakuwa tumekamilisha hii zoezi na tupate kujua washindi katika kaunti ya Nakuru.
Hivyo ni uliosikia wawili hao ambao ni wale wanaosimamia masuala ya uchaguzi katika kaunti ya Nakuru wakituambia hali ilivyo. Na kimtasari tu kwa ajili ya mtazamaji wetu ni kwamba katika kaunti ya Nakuru tunazo zile maeneo bunge 11 na kati ya 11 angalau 10 tayari washapata matokeo na kujua pengine mbunge wao kwa miaka 5 sasa kutoka sasa atakuwa nani. Tukianza tulipo ni katika eneo bunge la Nakuru Mashariki ambapo mbunge wa sasa David Gikaria amejizolea ushindi kwa baada ya kumshinda mshindani wake karibu Joel Maina Kairu, na vile vile katika eneo la Nakuru Magharibi Samuel Arama vile vile pia atakuwa akihudumu mhula wake wa 3 baada ya kujizolea ushindi zaidi ya kura 30. Na vile vile pia katika eneo bunge la Njoro kuna Charity Kadhambi ambaye ni mbunge wa sasa, atakuwa akiendeleza mhula wake wa 2 katika uongozi wa eneo bunge hilo. Na tukiteremka katika eneo la Molo ambapo kulikuwa na washindani zaidi ya 5, mbunge wa sasa Kimani Kuria amejizolea ushindi na atakuwa akipata mhula wa 2 katika eneo la Kuresoi Kaskazini. Mbunge Moses Cheboy ambaye pia ni yule naibu spika katika bunge la kitaifa alibwagwa na yule mwakilishi wadi wa Sirikwa kwa jina Alfred Mutai ambaye alimshinda, na sasa Alfred Mutai atakuwa akiwa katika mhula wa 1 katika bunge la kitaifa. Na katika eneo bunge la Kuresoi Kusini mbunge wa sasa Joseph Tondui atakuwa akipata mhula wa 2 na kuongoza eneo lile. Tukielekea sehemu ya bahati kwa bahati mbao pengine kwa uamuzi wa wale wapiga kura katika eneo hilo la bahati, mbunge wa sasa Onesmus Kimani Ngunjiri aliweza kubwagwa na mpinzani wake wa karibu wa chama cha Jubilee Irene Njoki ambaye ni mgeni katika masuala ya siasa akijitoza katika siasa sasa na kumbwaga mwanasiasa huyo Onesmus Kimani Nginjiri eneo la Rongai na samahani, eneo la Subukia. Mbunge wa sasa amepewa mhula wa pili na atakuwa Samuel Gashove atakuwa kiongoza kwa mhula wa pili. Eneo la Gilgil, mbunge wa sasa Martha Wangari amepewa tena mhula wa pili ambapo atakuwa kihudumu, na tukikamilisha tu mwisho ni kwamba eneo la Naivasha Jane Kihara amepata ushindi na atakuwa akiongoza mhula wake wa pili. Nilivyokuambia ni kwamba katika kaunti ya Nakuru tunazo eneo bunge 11 na kati ya 11 eneo bunge la Rongai halikuweza kupiga kura ya ubunge, na sasa watakuwa wakifanya shughuli hiyo nzima ifikapo tarehe 23 mwezi huu. Baada ya IEBC kutoa uamuzi huo juzi, watakuwa wale wapigaji kura katika eneo hilo watapata nafasi ya kumchagua mbunge wao, na tutakuwa tu hapa na kujua pengine ni vipi kutakavyokuwa kumeenda. Kufikia sasa tayari wale ambao wamefikisha hapa matokeo ya ugavana, useneta na leo mwakilisha wanawake ni kutoka maeneo bunge 5. Tutakuwa tukisubiria hizi zita pengine watafika saa ngapi, na uliosikia kwamba kesho mwendo wa saa 4 tutakuwa tunajua mbivu na mbichi kuhusiana na swala hili au viti hiyo vitatu ambavyo vimekuwa vikiangaliwa kwa karibu, na uliosikia ni kwamba ushindani upo kati ya gavana wa sasa Lee Kinyanjui na seneta Susan Kihika ambaye amekuwa na ushindani wa karibu sana, kwa tukiangalia pengine nini kitakachokuwa kijiri kuhusiana na swala hili nzima, na kuhakikisha kwamba punde tunapopata taarifa ile ambayo muhimu tunamjuza mtazamaji wetu wakati ufao. Kutoka kaunti ya Nakuru, shule ya upili ya wavulana Nakuru ambapo ni kituo kikuu cha kupokea matokeo katika kaunti ya Nakuru, nitakuwa nikikurejesha studioni, pengine Yvonne uendeleze mazungumzo kutoka huko.
Shukran sana, Evans Asiba from Nakuru County. Now, as you can see also on your screen, we're showing you what is taking place at the Bomas of Kenya, now becoming the beehive of activity as all eyes are placed there. So this is what's happening. If we can just show you the full screen of that, because, you know, there's all those tables and you can see election officials and you can see agents as well who are present there, agents of the 4 presidential candidates. As we await Wafula Chebukati to make that final announcement, we can now tell you what that procedure is looking like. So we now know that 50 returning officers have already made their way to the Bomas of Kenya. Now, this is what's happening at the tables that you're seeing on your screens. These 50 returning officers come with 2 sets of documents, one Form 34B and all the Forms 34A from the polling stations that exist in one constituency. So they go with these 2 sets of documents, and they first go to a registration desk. And this is, you know, the easier part of it, which is, you know, understanding which returning officer has come in from which constituency. It's a roll call, if you like. From there, they go to a second desk, which is now the verification process. Which are your documents? Do they align with what was actually sent electronically? They also take a look at issues like security features. We talked about those security features here last night that are on you know, all of these forms, including the ballot papers, but these forms as well. Kokimuli explained to us that these forms that are put together and signed by the returning officers also have the security features. You want to make sure that they're authentic. After the verification of those forms 34B and Forms 34A, they then go to the validation process, and that is what we're talking about, checking that they actually tally with the numbers that were sent or the documents that were already sent onto the portal. From there, they would then be cleared for declaration by the National Returning Officer. However, if there is a discrepancy, those forms are kept aside and they go into some further investigation process. And it could be a clerical issue. It could be filling in that, you know, one of the returning officers or indeed the presiding officers had filled in details incorrectly. Or it could be an arithmetic issue that the numbers do not add up in all those Forms 34A. Does that add up to the final tally that is in Form 34B? So once those are investigated, then they are then cleared for declaration by the returning officer. Remember, all of these 4 desks are manned by IEBC officials, and there are observers, or rather observed by agents of the 4 presidential candidates at each and all of these stages. So as you can see, even once the returning officers make their way to the Bomas of Kenya, it is still a process. It's not, here you are, great, thanks, here's a Form 34B, let's add those numbers, and then Wafula Chebukati can then make the declaration. So they still go through a process at this point, and that is a process that you are seeing taking place on your screens at the moment. And it is at that point then that Wafula Chebukati will be able to make that declaration. 50 returning officers are there so far who have arrived, and I think they've already received Forms 34B, 164 of them, of the 291, those have already been uploaded onto the public portal. And that is what some people are actually using to make the tally. Remember, all of the results that are aired on various media houses, that are aired by various agents, that are put out on social media, remain provisional until the final declaration is made by the National Returning Officer, and that is the chair of the commission, and whom we should be hearing from fairly soon. While we await that, I'd just like to get a round of comments, I think, from you, Prof. Hopefully, of course, still a bit more patience that is required. I don't know if you remember the point we were on before. I know we've done a bit. We've moved to Nakuru, we've moved to the IEBC, and we've come back. But I think, for me, the beautiful thing about this whole election, even with the forms that are being put out there, is that everyone is doing their tallying. And I think it's sort of a beautiful process away from, oh, what's happening here, and the numbers, because you remember the last time in 2017 there was that big screen at the Bomas of Kenya where those numbers were coming in. But now, people are doing their own tallies. People are crowdsourcing and coming together and saying, hey, a few, 4 friends, 5 friends, can we sit down and do this together? And is that a step in the right direction, do you think, Prof? Is this what we should be seeing, that now we can talk about this and even dispute, how are you counting? Exactly. Are you counting as fast as I am? Are your numbers correct? We're in that phase now. Yeah,
I think that's very, very interesting because, like we've discussed before, we actually have the law, and then now we are trying to get a practice in place. Yeah, which is really what we're referring to as a culture.
Yeah.
And I think by being immersed in that process, having the population, the citizens, doing their things and so on, it'll become very clear how these processes actually are. Yeah, because for now, a lot of people are not understanding that, okay, we have received these forms. Why isn't the declaration being done? Is this thing electronic? What aspects of it is actually manual? Why do we need people to go to, to Bomas physically and all those sort of things? Yeah. But you see, as we practice this and explain them, through practice as opposed to just ordinary voters education. In fact, for me, this is the biggest voter education. By the time the results are going to be declared for the presidential candidate, Kenyans will have really understood quite a bit about the technicalities of the election, the legal aspects of the election, and the practice aspects of the elections. I mean, for example, a basic question, you're referring to the numbers there. People are asking that, okay, fine, why can't the media stations,
finish a tallying and call it?
Finish the tallying and actually call it, as is done in the US. Yeah. But then you see, of course, it's at this point that people are starting to understand the difference between that declaration and tallying and having provisional results.
And what is provisional. Exactly. And of course, the very important role of the IEBC in terms of of calling that and making that
declaration and the fact that that's actually entrenched in the law. But there are quite a number of things we can do as part of practices that again support issues like transparency and so on and so forth.
And that declaration is important not just for what we're seeing here at the National Tallying Center, but even at the constituency level.
Exactly.
Because for everyone who's been on social media today, there are candidates who've won, lost again and again, and it's been back and forth until you see the final declaration that is made by the returning officer.
Correct.
That is at that point. And, that just, I guess, underscores what you're saying. You can do all the tallies that you like, but at the end of the day, it has to be a certified election official that makes that final declaration.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think that's something that's quite exciting. And of course, as you're mentioning before, there was the issue of the local, aspects of this particular election. And I think that's another thing that we are really, starting to deepen. Like they say, all politics is local, and it is a local politician that the electorate basically engage with in terms of their day-to-day needs, in terms of the services and so on. And this is a person they actually understand. And I think the bigger progress we've made as a country is actually devolution, that it actually takes the power to closer to the people, and then the sort of politicians who then you elect at that particular point, hopefully would be people who actually reflect the aspirations
of the people,
where they are.
And their needs are specific,
exactly.
Right? So what the people of Nandi County want, and even ward specific, would be very different from another ward within the same county. And that's what's interesting. One of the big principles, Steve, of devolution was funds follow function.
Right.
Is that something that we've done very well with the first 2 cycles we've had?
No, the short answer is no. The idea of devolved systems of governance was to spur development. Yes, there are pockets of developments in the counties, but not to the level anticipated by the Constitution, because the wage bill is very heavy. Interesting to note that in 2012, the World Bank issued a report titled Devolution Without Disruption. I'm not sure if Kenyans read it, but that report documented serious concerns, some of which have now been fully highlighted. The concerns that report highlighted or signaled included the possibility of devolving corruption, which would then undermine the overriding objective for devolution, the problem of local capture, which is identical to state capture at the national level, the problem of poor coordination, intra and inter-county coordination, the inability of counties, sharing potential and harnessing that, creating synergies. The problem of local politics, which can influence reprioritization of agenda, development agenda. And they said the governors would be hard-pressed. They would be more likely to spread the resources so thin rather than isolate one particular project and complete it. Because the more visible projects are, the higher the chances that you'll be appreciated. Of course, number 5 is the problem of the re-election, because then re-election creates a momentum, it creates a terrible compulsion for corruption and a terrible compulsion to just manage the expectation of the people to be able to achieve the return to leadership at the second level. So in short, governors tend to express to gain some level of relief in their second term. Because then there's the fate is determined. The law says you can only serve as governor for 2 terms. So even for people like Kidero, who served 1 full term in Nairobi and are now gunning for positions of governorship in Homa Bay, can only serve 1 term. I hope the voters are aware about that. He's not allowed to go for 2 terms in Homa Bay.
So
he already
one
served,
in Nairobi is
yes, it's a full term.
Yes,
then he can go
so
a second.
So he can't vie in Homa Bay again? It's not considered a fresh mandate?
No, he can vie and be elected. So once he serves 10 years as governor, you cannot then. So then he's likely to position himself for impact as a second-term governor than as a first-term governor. So I think those are some of the challenges we've seen in animating devolution. But there's something very important, and I want to clarify this. The media has been reinforcing the perception that the results we're seeing are provisional. That phraseology is problematic. First of all, the history of that phraseology of provisional results was steeped in the Elections Act and the regulations. The jurisprudential orientation, which should now inform the right language, is that both the Supreme Court, both the Court of Appeal in minor case judgment, and the Supreme Court in Raila Odinga petition number 1 of 2017 rejected the concept of provisional results, because they said the polling station is the locus for the exercise of the will of the people, the will of the people once exercised, and that will is documented in Form 34A, that form can never be provisional.
Yeah, okay.
And that the idea of transmitting it electronically was part of the cocktail of reforms to ensure transparency and accountability and to reduce the anxiety that while the returning officer is moving from the far corners of the country to Nairobi, he may be waylaid or he may detour and then sit under a tree and to alter the results.
Yeah.
Because these results have already been sent electronically,
yeah.
The compulsion to alter is significantly reduced. Therefore, the court said, what we are seeing, these are final results, they are not provisional results, but because of the need for IBC to still receive the physical hard copies, because the physical hard copies, I said in terms of at Regulation 87 of Election General Regulations 2012, the returning officer, the returning officer for the presidential election, who is the chairman of the IBC, must still receive the physical copies, and they merely do verification. Verification is to make sure that before I announce, whatever was sent electronically corresponds with the physical copy, that to remove any mischief that can come with electronic transmission.
Okay.
And that is why there was need. But, so the right phraseology is this. The
So
results, these are indicative results. They are not dispositive pending verification. In the sense that if it were possible for some mischief to occur, such as what NASA said in 2017, that there was an algorithm that was multiplying President Uhuru Kenyatta's votes and maintaining a balance of a difference of 11% gap, then that can be cured if you have the physical copies. Because if there is a discrepancy,
you will see it in the physical.
The results will be announced based on the physical copies received.
Okay.
But because they are sending a scanned image, it's difficult to
and
download and
edit.
edit.
That is why the arithmetic,
yes,
was removed in terms of
yes,
the alphanumeric.
The texting,
yes,
because that was easy to intercept and alter and interfere with the integrity of those text messages. The phraseology of provisional results cannot find the pride of place in our constitutional and legal framework, because the Supreme Court has already said in Raila Odinga 1 that results from the polling station are final, they cannot be provisional. And because that terminology of provisional results emerged in the context of the need to cross-check, I think the right phraseology would be that those results are indicative but not dispositive. They become dispositive.
Dispositive is a big word.
Final.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I went to law school for that.
Clearly you did, sir.
Final. Yes, they are reflective. Yes, or as Prof would put it, they are reflective but not final. Yeah.
Right.
I think it's not a question of semantics per se.
Yeah.
If you say provisional, it means subject to.
They can change.
And it can cause confusion. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
IBC has played these cards very carefully.
Okay.
It has provided access to all Form 34As.
Correct.
And it is their expectation that when they receive the hard copies and the Form 34Bs are scanned, that they will correspond.
Yeah.
Correct.
And the Supreme Court was careful in saying that in fact, if you read the judgment, they put the verification in quotes. They said verification must be read narrowly to mean merely confirming that they correspond. It is not an opportunity for IBC to add, subtract, multiply, or divide. That is the language in the judgment.
So just so we understand this, those results that are in the Forms 34A, that have been uploaded onto the portal that anybody can have access to, they cannot be changed here at Bomas.
For all intents and purposes.
Because you know it's a photo.
Yeah.
So how do you change a photo?
Yeah.
It's a scanned document.
And even if the chair wanted to, is there
He has to
way
verify.
So this is the point, Allow me to finalize this. So for all intents and purposes, or for purposes of complying with the law, those results are to a greater extent final.
Yes.
Barring the assumption that somebody may have edited them, which is unlikely because it's a scanned document.
Yes.
So the the Supreme Court has said, unless in instances where Form 34As disclose a visible or notable error. For instance, a polling station cannot have by law more than 700 registered voters. So if on the face of it, the tallies disclose a figure that is higher than 700, then the returning officer is at liberty to reject those votes and then not use them in the final tally of to help him in declaring who then emerges as the president. I think that is where we need to look at it from. So it's possible to say with a degree of certainty and evidence that both the UDA and Azimio having actual possession of Form 34As in their original format, because they had agents.
Correct.
Yes.
In the
46,000
plus polling stations, they can actually tally and have a clear view of who is the winner. So I can dare say, other than the social media posturing, where everybody says it's coming home, it claims that all bloggers reside in the same home. Because everybody says it's coming. Someone is
They're all going to the same home.
Someone is not being honest in the sense that both UDA, UDA and Azimio cannot call the election in the favor of their candidates. They must, in their heart of hearts or in the back-end systems, they definitely know whether Ruto has won this election or whether Raila has won the election. But because of the restriction on announcement and the tension that can come with it, you do not want to deny the IBC the legitimacy of managing an election. And managing an election terminates at declaration. Correct. I was a bit anxious when I saw Azimio organizing what looked like a mega press conference or press briefing, because I wondered what is it that Azimio can say which can still protect the integrity of the processes at Bomas. And I'm glad they just showed up. Then they pulled back. Maybe somebody called them and told them, go slow. The UDA also set up and they showed something at Catholic University. So I think what the public needs to know is that both sides of the political divide are trying to carefully manage the expectation of their supporters. Is it a bad thing? Not necessarily so. Because election is heavy, there's a heavy emotional investment. Kriegler said in his report that Kenyans are a peculiar lot. We differ very violently because of elections. Because we are emotionally invested, if Raila loses, you can imagine he enjoys near fanatical support. If he concedes even before IBC announces, I think that can have it can have serious ramifications for his supporters. If Ruto and his a very aggressive and even fulfilling campaign, if supporters learn that he has now lost the election, as they will learn very soon, either one of these two contenders will lose the election. So the process of managing the expectation is a very delicate and fragile process. Sometimes I've said there could be collateral benefit in progressing to the Supreme Court, because then it enlarges the time by 14 days for people to come to terms and the religious leaders to have a conversation on acceptance. And I think what we are doing now and what we will do tomorrow morning, Media House, I appeal to you, to begin now to transition the country from this election mode to a new reality where now we begin to accept the outcome of an election, no matter how it goes. We have fought a good fight. I think this has been Raila's best fight. He had the support of the incumbent. The Kikuyu-Luo political rivalry, Vaughan, has been refreshingly, that rivalry has been refreshingly extinguished. I think my mother in the heart of Ugenya was happy to see Kikuyu luminaries campaigning alongside Raila, something that was thought as an impossibility in 2013. 2007 and so on and so forth. Ruto, on the other hand, also, despite having been abandoned by his core principle, someone he campaigned for very aggressively in 2013, in 2017, he has soldiered on and is managed to disrupt the politics in central Kenya, even if he doesn't win the presidency, Vaughan. The fact that counties like Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Nyeri are returning all elective posts on UDA, I think is fully vindicated as a political operative that has the real capacity to disrupt the backyard of an incumbent sitting president. It's not enough to say Mount Kenya voters are tired of Uhuru. I think we need to also give credit to William Ruto, the kind of politics he has played.
Right.
He did it in the Rift Valley, dislodging the Moi family from the center of power in that area, and now dislodging Uhuru Kenyatta from the epicenter of Mount Kenya politics. That must be celebrated. And of course, there are many good things. I think that kind of conversation can make people feel that even if Ruto doesn't get the presidency, he's had very significant milestones. Even if Raila does not win the presidency, he has pacified the Kikuyu-Luo rivalry. And I'm saying that that should be done at the expense of Kikuyu-Kalenjin unity, because that is very fragile conversation now.
Yeah.
And I think maybe the religious groups need to start addressing that. There could be mamas.
No.
We stood together for 10 years.
But they've remained together.
And the politics of betrayal is not enough to say they've remained. Of course, I'm not sensationalizing this, but since Kenya is known to have a deeply rooted experience of politics of betrayal, how then do we start having conversations that deepen the unity and telling Kenyans and voters that, listen, politicians are another crop of leaders. I saw Moses Kuria and Hassan Joho holding hands at Bomas today.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
And we need to know, and Mandago put it correctly.
Yes.
This,
said it more than once.
Exactly. Don't take politics
too hard.
And Lin Jiru, when he was being interviewed here on Citizen, he said, all politicians are cousins.
Yeah.
Correct.
I think that is a very exciting, rejuvenating kind of conversation that helps supporters in the periphery come to terms with the reality that in any election, your preferred candidate may not win.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't win, life doesn't come to an end.
Correct.
I think that's where I would stop it.
Yeah, Joshua?
Maybe I just needed to correct him and told him that he said so many things. I just felt that I needed to correct him, that there hasn't been any rupture on intercommunal relations. In any case, Mount Kenya has voted solidly for UDA as a slap against the president. So it has been a rupture between the president and the deputy, nothing to do with the communities. And whatever Jubilee achieved in bringing Kalenjin-Kikuyu divide to a close is the same way Handshake has delivered Kikuyu-Luo divide to a close. So I'll agree with him that now it sets a foundation for issue-based politics. Yeah. And true to the word, he said clearly that the deputy president must be credited now for making it mainstream and possible for this election to be on agenda. The extra thing I would wish to give him is that don't be too worried when you're saying that, even if he's not, because the results are not badly off. They're showing very well. But Kenya Kwanza was mostly promising an agenda and a plan. The pressure shifts, and that is one place I don't want to lose. None of the coalition can confidently say they have their supporters very optimistic. The low turnout is a testament of disillusionment.
True.
Whoever is being elected tomorrow, confident possibly that it's Kenya Kwanza, but it comes with a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Let me use the case of the US, Barack Obama. He came with a lot of hope. He was the testament of the hope itself. It was his identity. Then what happened? In 4 years, he was almost losing an election to Mitt Romney. And that is the danger when you come with a lot of expectation. So the challenge of the next administration is trying to retrace back and understand where is this disconnect between the leadership and the people. How comes this time elections were not a big deal? It was like a holiday. Actually, people were voting and said they don't want for lunch. There was no hurry about it. The emotions associated with the elections are not there. Rallies, you had to pay people to show up. You have to mobilize with cash.
Yeah.
So,
please, I want you to hold that point because I really want to listen to that. Let's listen to Wafula Chebukati.
Let me reiterate that the results announced by the Commission are the official results. As I indicated earlier, sometimes yesterday, we allowed the media to tally results, and we say that the public should know that the media is telling results for purpose of reporting, and there should be no anxiety around the disparities between the different media houses. because the source of the results is the same from our public portal. We also allowed candidates to do their own tallying, and the tallying by candidates is for their own consumption and to assist the agents in carrying out the exercise we are doing here of verifying the results. The candidates cannot and should not attempt to declare themselves using their own verified results. That's the work of the Commission. And for presidential candidates, that's the work of the National Returning Officer. So that needs to be made very, very clear. Now we have results from Baringo Central constituency in the county of Baringo. Registered voters, 45,949. Total valid votes cast 34,906. Rejected ballots 168. Odinga Raila got 1,656. Ruto William Samoei 33,162. Wahiga David Maure 26. Wachakoya George Luchiri 62. We also have results for Oljorok constituency in Nyandarua. Registered voters 60,199. Total valid votes cast 39,867. Rejected ballots 296. Odinga Raila 7,579. Ruto William Samoei 31,982. Waihika David Maure 140. Wachakoya George Luchiri 166. We also have results for Kathiani constituency in Machakos County. The total registered voters, 60,224. Total valid votes cast, 37,999. Rejected ballots, 260. Odinga Raila, 30,984. Ruto William Samoei, 6,624. Waihika David Maure, 91. And Wachakoya George Luchiri, 300. We have results from Kangundo constituency in Machakos County. Total number of registered voters, 60,796. 60,796. Total valid votes, 38,671. Rejected ballots, 330. Odinga Raila, 29,808. Ruto William Samoei, 8,405. Waihika David Maure, 93. And Wachakoya George Luchiri, 365. Lamu East constituency, county of Lamu. Total registered voters, 22,047. Total valid votes, 14,703. Rejected ballots, 436. Odinga Raila, 9,564. Ruto William Samoei, 4,639. Waihika David Maure, 48. Wachakoya George Wichiri, 452. So those are the 5 results. The verification is ongoing. We have about 8 returning officers in the House, and this exercise will continue. We have observed that we need to fasten up. We shall increase some more desks so that we can move a little bit more faster. So we ask for your patience, and thank you all for your cooperation.
Wafula Chebukati, the National Returning Officer and the Chair of the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, giving results from 5 constituencies, Baringo Central, Oljorok, Kathiani, Kangundo, and Lamu East. In Baringo Central, William Samoei Ruto taking the lead with 33,162. Raila Odinga getting 1,656. In Oljorok, William Ruto leading with 31,592. Raila Odinga garnering 7,579 in that constituency. In Kathiani constituency, Raila Odinga getting 30,984 votes. William Samoei Ruto of UDA getting 6,624 votes. In Kangundo constituency, Raila Odinga garnering 20,808 votes. William Samoei Ruto of UDA 8,405 votes. And finally in Lamu East, Raila Odinga getting 9,564 and William Ruto getting 4,639. Now, the last time we spoke to you, we told you there were 50 returning officers who'd arrived at the Bomas of Kenya. That number has now increased. There are now 80 returning officers who have arrived at this Bomas of Kenya, and the National Returning Officer saying they're going to increase the desks to enable this process happen faster. Remember, it is the returning officers coming with their Forms 34B and Forms 34A, and then they go through the registration, verification, validation process before the declaration that we have just witnessed now from the National Returning Officer. So that is where we are with that one, making some progress, and we will see how many more arrive overnight, including by 6 a.m. And remember, this process goes on overnight with the agents of that. Are there some questions perhaps being answered? Yes, let's listen to that. Okay, so, you know, there's a lot happening there. Remember, journalists are there, presidential party agents are there as well, monitoring that process and observing as well. So we thought there was a brief Q&A on that, but it doesn't look like that at the moment. So I think we've got then declarations because we've got 5 now, plus Webuye, that was also done a little earlier, so that's 6. Remember, there's 290 constituencies, plus 1 diaspora. So still some ways to go, but looks like there will be some significant progress as we go. I want us to close, so can I give my guests the final word here?
Okay.
Let me begin with you, Joshua.
Thank you so much. I think the work being executed or undertaken by IEBC at this stage kind of brings to a close a very tedious exercise that has been ongoing. It's a very significant step they are taking in terms of reading with finality the result. Our viewers should only be keen to know that that is the final result. Mm-hmm. No change about it unless you're petitioning the results. So that is a change that is different from what has been the case. People are used to a big telling
the
screen for IEBC, and the numbers never move.
Right.
This one, I honestly suspect, can be able to be concluded hopefully by close of business tomorrow. So basically, however long it has taken, at least IEBC has tried to portray an open and transparent process. So my proposition would be, whatever we are dealing with at this point is anxiety. and there's no reason to be anxious anymore. If you spoke, as we started this show, you spoke about 50 constituency returning officer, and as at now it is 80. That means by tomorrow, and I could read also in their updates, IBC has claimed that they have dispatched choppers to be able to collect their returning officers in whatever areas. Yeah. Most of the returning officers may be delayed because they are finishing up with the downstream tickets.
Yes.
Remember Nairobi, for example, even governorship race hasn't been called.
True.
So those downstream races or positions are what that
and they have to finish all
they have to finish
declare
before
them
they come.
there and then
That's
come.
it.
Yes,
so
correct.
I'm confident that hopefully by tomorrow majority of them would have found their way, because if you look at the constituency level, the MCA MP seats have been declared. What would be still pending maybe is the county one, and there's a county returning officer.
Yes.
For them, the main focus is the constituency returning officer. The way they have started, it shows that by tomorrow we can be able to call it a day and build on that foundation and say, going forward, how can we amalgamate this exercise efficiently within 3 days? Because the fatigue, the anxiety rather takes too long. But this time, I would not say it has taken long compared to 2017 and 2013. We seem to close this thing as at the time we are closing the week tomorrow, hopefully. If it spills over to Saturday, so be it, so that the presidential or the president-elect is declared immediately. Other than that, I think patience, calmness, we really need to appreciate the Kenyan people, because you haven't had any incident of violence, any incidents of protest, but the usual small skirmishes within polling centers. We need to empathize with those areas. I saw videos on Elders constituency. They had issues at the time of voting, even as at now when they are concluding. So there are those few constituencies that have had issues, but generally it has been peaceful. It has been a commendable election. So let us finish with the same spirit. Tomorrow, and if it spills over to Saturday, let it be clear. Let the winner be. And both supporters, Right for Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, we are all winners in the sense that we participated in a process. The results that we have, preliminary results, shows a split 50-50 in terms of each side was able to convince up to half the country. So we are all winners. So it's a question of, in fact, I'm coming with a school of thought of saying the winner then has a reason to possibly even pick the blueprint also of the loser and say, what good can we add on what we had promised Kenyans? It's a win-win situation. Thank you.
Interesting. Prof?
Yeah, thanks, Yvonne. I think I'll echo those same sentiments and actually also commend IBC. I think what really calms, I believe what will eventually calm Kenyans, or is calming Kenyans, is appreciating that the due process is being followed, and not just being followed in an amazingly transparent way. Yeah, because as the chair of IBC had insinuated, that I mean, if you do this in a way that is so transparent, that then you limit contestation around the results. So I feel and I believe that doing it right is a priority.
Not doing it fast.
Not doing it fast. In fact, by doing it fast, we may end up with this process continuing till late this year, because there'll be all sorts of opportunities
back and forth.
Exactly to challenge. And as Steve was suggesting here, that the lawyers are already, complaining that there might be limited work, and I think that is really commendable. And I think the citizens are starting to understand exactly what's going on, because IBC has been, quite transparent about it, and yourselves from the media. Yeah, and I think, as long as Kenyans feel that there's no mischief which has been achieved by this, amazing transparency, we should be fine. I don't think anybody would worry about waiting for another day or, another 2 days.
Right.
As long as we're doing the right thing and we're doing it, in the right way.
Yeah, because process is also,
exactly.
a very big question with that. I would like to thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne.
Professor Alfred Amenya, and many thanks as well to Steve Ogolla, who had to leave us just a short moment ago. And of course, that continues. So what we know now, 80 returning officers currently present at the Bomas of Kenya. And we've gotten results from at least 6 constituencies. So we're getting better at it. And in fact, Wafula Chebukati, the chair, saying they will increase the number of desks to have the process happen a little faster, more efficiently. Remember, he's still got a few days yet, I believe until next week, Tuesday, but he did promise that they would do as fast as they possibly can and making sure that they do that right. Now, before we go, I just want to show you a couple of races and how, those have gone at the local level as we wait for what's happening at the Bomas of Kenya. So there have been some declarations that have been made so far. I think we've heard from various counties. I can just take a look at some of those, including Busia County. They now know who their next governor and senator will be. ODM's Paul Otuoma has won Busia County Governor's seat. He garnered 164,478 votes, beating John Sakwa of ANC with 92,144 votes. And with the senatorial seat, activist Okia Omtata has won the Busia senator seat. He garnered 171,681 votes. He was running on an NRA ticket, beating ODM's Hilary Itela, second with 59,276. Also, the residents of West Pokot, right? Simon Kachapin of UDA has garnered 86,476 votes. He's trounced the incumbent, Governor John Lonyangapuo, who got 84,610 votes. And most of these results continue to come in even at the constituency level. And of course, still, things are not very clear in Starehe constituency. We've been reporting that from yesterday up until today, and we had a report on that this evening as well. And remember, the tallying center, the constituency tallying center for Starehe constituency is at the Jamhuri High School. And news in is that an IEBC official was arrested in possession of several unmarked ballot papers at the Jamhuri tallying center in Starehe. So we'll continue to keep you updated on all of these incidents, but keep calm, relax. It'll happen when it happens. We will know when we know. And that'll happen before the 7 days lapses. All right? So let's leave you with those results now. Take a look at that and have a good night.
E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Dial *811 *383# to get Kenya National Anthem.
To feel fresh and prevent odors, it's more important than ever to maintain good hygiene practice and change your pad frequently.
Soft Care Petal Care has a floating design that perfectly fits. It reduces 70% friction on skin, absorbs fully, and blocks leakages from both sides.
Soft Care, yeah.
Need to finish this meal. Okay, I'll have one.
Ha! First you twist it, and then you lick it, and then you dunk it, and then you eat it.
Dial *126# or download my Safaricom app and let's lift one another.
I know I can't do everything, but guess what? Thanks to me, you can now check account balances, apply for instant loans, make payments directly to paybill and till numbers, send money to mobile and bank accounts, and pay your bills. Download the upgraded M-Corp Cash today and try it out.
Enjoy View Travel affordable holiday packages. Kenya's #1 travel agent and online booking platform, View Travel offers wide variety of local flights, hotels, transfers, holidays, activities, and so much more. Whether traveling as a family, couples, chama, church groups, friends, or even going for trips to Mombasa, Diani, Malindi or Watamu, Masai Mara, Naivasha, Nakuru, or staycation in Nairobi. Call 0703-254-254. This is Kenya. Dream, explore, discover. Powered by Citizen TV.
Nyosha shilingi zaidi na zaidi. Sasa unapata ofa juu ya ofa ya kuwa 100% data bonus leo. Alafu piga *544# au tembelea My Safaricom app kununua bundle na kupata target yako. Safaricom is for you.
Good morning, and welcome to Kenya's Choice 2022 right here on Citizen TV. I'm Victoria Rubadiri. 3 days after Election Day, Sam, and here we are.
My name is Sam Gituku, and of course, 12th of August 2022.
That's right. We are still waiting for several results streaming in. Of course, at the Bomas of Kenya, where all attention has now focused in on, returning officers are bringing back the Forms 34A and Forms 34B for that verification, and that's taking quite a bit of time.
Right.
But we will be crossing over in just a bit to talk to our very own Ayub Abdikadir to give us a sense of what's happening there. Last that I checked in, at least several returning officers who came in overnight were resting, trying to get themselves together before now submitting those forms for verification, and then, of course, having that tabulated, put into the system, and then have the results announced from there.
Indeed, and I'm looking at the portal of IEBC so far, the forms.ibc.or.ke. There are some 186 forms 34B that have so far been uploaded. That means that 186 constituencies have already uploaded the forms for the presidential election from those constituencies. That's a performance of 63.92%. And Vicky, if you remember, a time like this 5 years ago, it was on a Friday, and the presidential election was declared that evening. That was on 11th of August 2017. So it was a Friday. Of course, the election was on 8th of August that time. So today, Friday, 12th, same amount of days. But now it appears that it's not going to be possible to really declare the outcome of the presidential election today. But the focus should be on IEBC to see how far they've gone. Like you're saying, receiving the forms, yes, verifying, but also presenting to the country. And I understand that the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, was speaking sometime last night and had a few things to say. We'll be listening to that later on, but we can only imagine the sort of weight that the country has to go through at such a time.
No, certainly, especially trying to understand that whole process of collating what is on the Forms 34A and then now computing that into Forms 34B. Then that going to Forms 34C. I mean, it's such, there's letters, there's numbers, and for Kenyans to understand why that's important, the verification is what's taking the longest. So as much as the verification doesn't entail having to go through every single number or vote, it's just to ensure that what is on the Form 34A matches what eventually comes onto Forms 34B. And that, you know, when we talk to some of our people on the ground, can take anywhere, at least for one returning officer, from 20 to 30 minutes in terms of that verification process. So just cut that across or multiply that by the 290 Forms 34B that need to be submitted at the Bomas of Kenya. So you kind of can play around in your mind in terms of how long that could take. But again, it's not on us to give you that timeline. That's the IEBC, and they've been giving us updates throughout the course of the days up until now. We should be hearing from them later on in terms of how that process is going. Confirmations on the results from various constituencies as well that we can report from. But Sam, they've also been posting those Forms 34B. So it's a bit easier to kind of get a sense of where the numbers are going from that perspective, at least.
That's right. And like I said earlier, I mean, later on we'll listen to Wafula Chebukati, all the IEBC commissioners, what they said last night. But also, Vicky, there's been also several developments across the counties and across the constituencies, seeing a lot of governors who've been declared to have won various elections. We've also seen several members of parliament, some new, some have won re-election, so we'll be also looking at that and of course listening to some of those. And it appears that we are getting several women elected, whether it's to the positions of governor or to the positions of constituency members of National Assembly.
Right.
Pretty interesting.
Very interesting to kind of see that gender dynamic playing out, especially in the mixed gender seats, like you were saying, MP. So it's not just the affirmative action seat of woman rep that we're seeing that playing out. Of course, Gladys Wanga being the first woman governor voted in the Nyanza region, so that also being quite an historic win for her. We have some live pictures coming in now that we want to cross over into from the Bomas of Kenya. There it is. Those tables there on the floor of the amphitheater is where the returning officers are actually coming in to submit those forms 34A and B for verification. And so as we understand and that process is one that is straightforward, but it takes time, again, like we said.
And the importance of that is, you recall that in 2017 at the Supreme Court, the decision by the Maraga-led bench was speaking to the question of process, because I remember that on that day, 11th of August, because I was at Bomas of Kenya, during the day it was almost apparent who is going to be declared winner by the IEBC, and that time the National Super Alliance leaders came and told IEBC, we need you to hold just a little bit, we need to verify some of the forms that are coming from the polling stations and against those that are coming from the constituencies, because at that time close to 10,000 forms had all been uploaded to the system. But then again, IEBC went ahead to declare the outcome in the night. I think it was about between 8 and 9 p.m. And of course, President Kenyatta was declared to have won that election. And Maraga team was saying, fine, you did that, but you're supposed to follow a certain procedure. It's not just about the totals, but also verifiability of an election, which is what IEBC did in the repeat election of October 26, 2017. People may not recall that it was also a very rigorous and tedious process, just because they may not recall because it was just one election. It was not 1 out of 6 like it is now for the general election.
It was just the presidential, exactly.
But the same process has to be followed. If you look at the tables there at the Bomas of Kenya, it doesn't appear like there's so much going on. We'll be speaking to you, but it doesn't appear also that IEBC chairman is on the floor. Maybe they took a short break, but they may be expected to come back to be in a position to now proceed on with that activity. But anyway, it's something that you have to wait and see, Vicky.
It is, and you know, from time to time through the course of the morning, you would see some of the commissioners, including the chairman, going around to the tables, speaking to the officials who are receiving those forms physically. And you know, from what we understand, one of the desks is a preliminary desk where they look at the signatures and to also verify that it has the official IEBC stamp. From there, it goes to the coordination desk where they look for errors or any discrepancies.
And even they also have to look at some of the other security features.
That's right, and you were talking about, take us through some of those that you noticed yesterday.
Yes, so an original form, I wish you could show it from the screen. An original form 34B, you'll find it that it has that QR code. That sort of you scan it to verify that it's actually an original form from the IEBC. And then it has a lot of writings underneath that you'll see. They're just sort of lines. They're supposed to be security features. If you try to copy that or photocopy it, then it's going to give you, it will come with something that says copy, 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 copy. So that's, you know, it's not an original form. But also it has other security features, including some that may be equivalent to some of our money, the currencies that we have. So I understand that you need to listen to a press conference of Wafula Chebukati, the IEBC team last night. This is what they had to say.
Announced by the Commission the official results. As I indicated earlier, sometimes yesterday, we allowed the media to tally results, and we say that the public should know that the media is telling results for purpose of reporting, and there should be no anxiety around the disparities between the different media houses, because the source of the results is the same from our public portal. We also allowed candidates to do their own tallying, and the tallying by candidates is for their own consumption and to assist the agents in carrying out the exercise we are doing here of verifying the results. The candidates cannot and should not attempt to declare themselves using their own verified results. That's the work of the Commission. And for presidential candidates, that's the work of the National Returning Officer. So that needs to be made very, very clear. Now we have results from Baringo Central constituency in the county of Baringo. Registered voters, 45,949. Total valid votes, cast 34,906. Rejected ballots 168. Odinga Raila got 1,656. Ruto William Samoei 33,162. Wahiga David Maura 26. Wachakoya George Luchiri 62. We also have results for Oljorok constituency in Nyandarua. Registered voters 60,199. Total valid votes cast 39,867. Rejected ballots 296. Odinga Raila 7,579. Ruto William Samoei 31,982. Waihika David Maure 140. Wachakoya George Luchiri 166. We also have results for Kathiani constituency in Machakos County. The total registered voters 60,224. Total valid votes cast 37,999. Rejected ballots 260. Odinga Raila 30,984. Ruto William Samoei 6,624. Waihika David Maure 91. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 300. We have results from Kangundo constituency in Machakos County. Total number of registered voters 60,796. 60,796. Total valid votes 38,671. Rejected ballots 330. Odinga Raila 29,808. Ruto William Samoei 8,405. Waihika David Maure 93. And Wachakoya George Luchiri 365. Lamu East constituency, County of Lamu. Total registered voters 22,047. Total valid votes 14,703. Rejected ballots 436. Odinga Raila 9,564. Ruto William Samoei 4,639. Waihika David Maure 48. Wachakoya George Luchiri 452. So those are the 5 results. The verification is ongoing. We have about 8 returning officers in the House, and this exercise will continue. We have observed that we need to fasten up. We shall increase some more desks so that we can move a little bit more faster. So we ask for your patience and thank you all for your cooperation.
Okay, and that was IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati giving the first couple of constituencies and how the presidential results played out. So he gave for Baringo Central, Oljorok, Kathiani, Kangundo, and Lamu East constituencies. So of course we'll be waiting for more of those confirmed numbers from the IEBC, Sam.
And actually, the very important thing is, even as you receive these results, we also match them against the Form 34Bs that have been uploaded to the portal. I've had an opportunity to at least confirm for Webuye East, that was first announced yesterday, and also Baringo Central. And actually, the results that Wafula Chebukati is declaring there are actually the same as contained from in the Form 34B. So it appears this time around there's quite a good level of, what should I say?
Transparency.
Yes,
yeah.
And also accuracy.
Accuracy from
especially from
yeah.
the returning officers at the constituency level, because the requirement here, why Wafula Chebukati is having to go through the process that he is, and even saying that they are going to add some more desks, is to ensure that the tallies are verified against the Form 34As. And remember, the Form 34A from the polling station is the final result in the presidential election, Vicky.
That's right. Let's cross over now to some live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya. Things are picking up a bit more there on the floor of the amphitheater. They had rested some of their activities around 2 a.m. this morning, and of course are now picking up again as returning officers mill around and bring over the Forms 34A and B for that tedious but very important verification process. And, you know, we were taking you through that a bit earlier on in terms of what it entails. There's the preliminary, looking at the signatures and ensuring that the stamps are verified and official IEBC stamps. And of course, Sam also talked about some of the unique security features on the Forms 34B, and then looking for any errors or any discrepancies. So far, Sam, from what you said, Webuye East is fine, and it checks out.
Even Baringo Central.
And Baringo Central, from what you saw. So that is a good sign so far. I mean, this is just going to cut across for the 290 constituencies that make up this great country of Kenya. And then, of course, there's the administrative desk where they start to fill up those numbers. And eventually, once this is done, we should have a Form 34C, Sam.
Actually, I just pulled out the Lamu East Form 34B, and I'm looking at it and matching that against what Wafula Chebukati was reading again.
Yeah.
It matches.
Okay.
It is the same result as declared by the returning officer in Lamu East. It is the same thing that Wafula Chebukati has read out at the Bomas of Kenya. So again, a level of accuracy would appear.
And Sam, where can Kenyans get access to this information?
Oh, yes, you can do this by going to forms.iebc.or.ke. Let me say that again, forms.iebc.or.ke. And once you land there, you'll see presidential, there's a part labeled presidential, then forms. There's Form 34A, Form 34B, 34C. So you can either select 34A if you want to access 46,229 forms, or you could choose to access 34B for you to access the results from the constituencies. And so far, they are reporting, let me just reload that to see the level of performance so far, which was about 186 forms out of the 290 constituencies.
Okay.
So, of course, they continue coming in, Vicky.
Not terrible progress, considering, like you said, so you as a Kenyan have that choice of going through that 46,000, over 46,000 Forms 34A. But the good thing is in the Forms 34B, that's all collated to just 290 if you have the time. And you are a stickler for details. Please, by all means, tire yourself with that exercise. But of course, we'll try our best to do that. But let's take a look at some of these celebrations, because quite a few results were coming in overnight in various races when it came to the MP, gubernatorial, and some senatorial seats across the country. So let's take a look at some of that and then come back. All right, and there we have for Trans Nzoia County, the governor-elect George Natembeya, who was running on a DAP Kenya ticket.
Of course, he becomes the second governor of that area, having beaten former Kiminini outgoing MP for Kiminini, Chris Omalwa. Uasin Gishu, you have Jonathan B, elected on a UDA ticket, becomes the second governor of Uasin Gishu, having beaten one, he's the
retired governor.
The street name of Zedekiah is Buzeki.
Buzeki,
so
that's right.
I saw some tallies that show that he got 127,000 votes against Jonathan B's 214,000.
All right. West Pokot Governor-elect is Simon Kachapin of UDA, who beat out the first governor, John Lonyangapuo.
Actually, this is an interesting one, because Kachapin was the first governor of West Pokot. He was defeated by one Professor Lonyangapuo, of course, at that time running with Atunde Nyang.
His deputy governor, yes.
This election, Lonyangapuo and his deputy split. So Lonyangapuo was running on KUP.
Yep.
His deputy was running on KANU ticket. He got 2,000 votes. Lonyangapuo got 84,000. Kachapin got 86,000. So it looks like had they stayed together,
had they kept their forces together,
they might have defeated Kachapin with just a few votes. But then again, elections, dynamics.
It comes down to numbers oftentimes. All right, so that is West Pokot. Let's take a look at Bungoma. The governor-elect is Ken Lusaka, who was elected on a UDA ticket.
Another interesting race, because Ken Lusaka was the first governor of Bungoma. In 2017, he went to the Jubilee side.
That's
of course, the wave was for NASA in that area. So he was defeated by Wycliffe Wangamati. Now he has come back from his Senate duties.
His Senate hiatus, exactly.
Come back with a wave of Fort Kenya within Bungoma County. And of course, you've seen how the results have been streaming in, showing us if William Ruto is getting an upper hand in that county. So he has defeated the person who defeated him some 5 years ago, and now will be Now, do you say the second or the first? Or?
It's interesting because it's almost like a change of guard between the first and second. Yeah, you can call them the pioneer governors, probably coming back into office, you know, but that very interesting dynamic playing out there.
Right.
Nandi County Governor-elect Stephen Sang, who was elected on a UDA ticket there.
Yeah, so he's won his second term. Of course, in 2017, he defeated the first governor of that county. He's been lucky. Now he's broken...
He's broken that streak, I guess.
Exactly. So he becomes governor a second term.
Defending his seat there. This one was quite historic. Of course, the governor-elect Homa Bay, Gladys Owanga of ODM, the first woman governor in Nyanza region. And she beat out, of course, a former Nairobi governor. He was a pioneer governor in Nairobi, Evans Kidero, who ran as an independent.
Exactly. And of course, another interesting race it has been with that situation that was in identifying the candidate for ODM. Of course, Evans Kidero felt aggrieved, decided to go independent, but in the end, this is what it has come to. And I think this is the first female governor to be declared.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct. And we're looking out for others, you know, in other counties where women were vying for that all-important county seat. All right, this being the last governor-elect for Kisumu defending or keeping his seat, Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, who ran on an ODM ticket.
Right. Again, he is lucky. Now he'll serve his second term. Remember, the first governor, Jack Ranguma, he defeated him in 2017. So now he wins his second term and final term. I want us now to cross over to Nakuru County, where Marian Nyambura has been waiting, watching, and listening to the results that are coming from different constituencies. And now the focus turning to the county seats of the governor, senator, and woman representative. Marian Nyambura, good morning. What do you know so far in terms of those county races?
Good morning, Sam and Vicky in studio. Well, indeed, in Nakuru County, a total of 11 constituencies, third most populous in terms of the registered voters. And so the numbers here for the three particular seats, county seats, the three county seats, including the governor, senate, as well as a woman representative. For now, there has been a great deal of speculation as to who exactly will take this particular or clinch this particular seats. But at the moment, 7 constituencies have already submitted their results, including including Nakuru East, Nakuru West, Bahati, Molo, Kuresoi South, Njoro, and Subukia. So at the moment, what is happening right behind me is that they're doing the tallying of the county seats. And so 4 constituencies, including Kuresoi North, Gilgil, Naivasha, and Rongai sub-counties, are the 4 constituencies that the county returning officer is expecting the constituency returning officers to present the forms here for tallying and verification. So at the moment we have been here, and for them, they're actually saying that any minute from now, the 4 constituency returning officers will be here for them to verify and give the results or make a declaration as to who exactly will take the 3 particular seats. Interestingly, we're looking at some of the dynamics here in Nakuru, interesting dynamics coming out. Remember, for the gubernatorial race, according to the county returning officer, Dr. Joseph Mele, is that the race has now seemingly narrowed down to 2 people, including the incumbent Governor Lee Kinyanjui, as well as Senator Susan Kihika from the United Democratic Alliance. And so the race here for the gubernatorial race, the race in terms of the gubernatorial seat will be between these 2. So exactly, will it be a lady this time round, or will it be a man who will clinch this particular seat? Remember, in 2017, both Lee Kinyanjui as well as Senator Susan Kihika won on a Jubilee Party ticket. This time round, 25 years later, they are on 2 different parties. And so it is an interesting race that we are expecting that at the end of the day, they will declare who exactly will have won this particular seat. The county governor race in 2013, we saw Kinuthia Mbugua as the governor. In 2017, he was trounced by Lee Kinyanjui. So Lee Kinyanjui is seeking for a 2nd term to be re-elected, and Susan Kihika, as a female, is seeking this particular governor seat. So female is seeking this particular governor seat. So these are interesting dynamics that we're waiting to see. As well as for the Senate seat, we have seen 2 close competitors, including UDA's Tabitha Karanja, as well as Lawrence Karanja of the Jubilee Party. So again, according to the county returning officer, this particular race, we will be looking at these 2 individuals. As well as the woman representative seat, UDA's Liza Chelule, as well as Agnes Njambi of the Jubilee Party. So we are really keeping a close eye to see who exactly will be taking the lead or clinching this particular seats. Nakuru, of course, in terms of the MP elect, we have seen that 8 out of the 10 constituencies, remember, Nakuru has a total of 11 constituencies, but 10 of them is where we've seen the constituency results for the member of National Assembly have been announced, and out of the 10, we have seen that Jubilee Party has clinched 2 seats, including Samuel Arama of the Nakuru Town West, as well as Irene Joki of Bahati constituency. But a total of 8 member of National Assembly MP-elect we have seen coming from the United Democratic Alliance Party, including Jane Kihara of Naivasha. We have seen Samuel Gashofe of Subukia. We have seen Charity Kathambi of Njoro. We have also seen from Gilgil constituency, Martha Wangari. So out of those, we have seen these are interesting dynamics that are coming out in terms of these particular races. So we will just be here waiting to see who exactly will clinch these 3 particular seats. But at the moment, the county returning officer is yet to make a declaration. So for Nakuru residents are waiting in anticipation. There's a great deal of speculation as to who exactly will lead. For now, it's just a matter of wait and see. In the next 1 hour or 2 hours, possibly, is when we are likely to see these results start projecting and exactly find out who will take these 3 particular seats. So these are some of the interesting dynamics that we have seen in this particular race, in the 2022 race. Remember, again, yesterday, the MP-elect for Bahati constituency is a new entrant here, Irene Joki. And so Kimani Ngunjiri of the United Democratic Alliance Party, who was a vocalist in terms of vocal in terms of the Kenya Kwanza coalition was actually trounced by a new entrant, Irene Njoki. Interesting dynamics here. So we'll wait to see for these 3 particular county seats. Remember, there are only 4 constituencies that are left, and the county returning officer says that any minute from now, the constituency returning officers will submit their forms here for tallying and verification, after which that declaration will be made. Sam and Vicky.
All right, very interesting from Marian Nyambura there, but importantly to note, as she says that it's a matter of wait and see for the county seats of governor, woman representative, and the senator, but also talking about those changes. It's very interesting, especially that seat in Bahati. Kimani Ngunjiri has been very vocal in drumming support for the UDA team, very consistent, but it's come to this, and it also speaks volumes about Irene Njoki from the Jubilee Party, that she's been able to ride against such a tide in such a county.
Yep, what people are calling the UDA wave, and so for her to kind of be the anomaly in that sense in this election cycle, and let's just see how else that plays out in various counties in the Mount Kenya region. Now, just a quick correction before we go to the next tally. We had said that the former Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka, who recaptured his seat in Bungoma, was running on a UDA ticket. That is incorrect. It's a Ford Kenya ticket, so point of correction there. Right. So let's take a look at the final tally in Uasin Gishu, where Chemutai Gowen has been keeping tabs very closely. Let's take a look at those numbers.
Hours of waiting for the final tally of the Tarbo constituency results caused anxiety amongst leaders and their supporters and agents, who had pitched tent at the Eldoret Polytechnic, which was the county tallying center for Uasin Gishu County. The leaders forced to look for the returning officer, whom they claimed was delaying the process. The leaders saying they were keen on the release of the final tally, declaring them as winners to facilitate their travel to Nairobi, where they were set to join their party leader, UDA presidential candidate William Ruto, as he awaits the result of the presidential tally. At the National Tallying Center, which the process of tallying the results from the 290 constituencies and, of course, the diaspora vote has kicked off in earnest. Attempts by the Uasin Gishu County Returning Officer Irene Mutai to calm the crowd, frowned upon by the leaders. Eventually, calm was restored, and the returning officer of the Tarbo constituency came out to finalize the tally. An hour-long session of praise and worship kept those in the hall entertained as they awaited the completion of the process of tallying. Hours later, the Uasin Gishu County Returning Officer announced the final results, declaring the winners of the gubernatorial, senatorial and county woman representative seats.
Mandago Jackson Kiplagat had
347,680 valid votes had been cast, with 3,864 termed as rejected votes. First to be awarded his certificate was Senator-elect Jackson Mandago, who trounced his only competitor Robert Kemei by garnering 252,800 votes against Kemei's 94,785.
Has been duly elected as the county woman member of the National Assembly.
In the woman representative position, Gladys Bose Sholei trounced her opponents by garnering 292,144 votes, followed by Kemboy Dorcas, who garnered 54,742 votes, with those turning out in this election being 350,507 voters. marking a 69.23% turnout. And after a heated gubernatorial contest that saw the supporters of the two main challengers engage in clashes, Jonathan B., otherwise known as Koti Moja, trounced his main challenger Zedekiah Bundotich, otherwise also known as Buzeki, by garnering 214,036 votes against Buzeki's 127,013.
Quitters never win and winners never quit. I'm so grateful that I've kept on trying. This is about 20 years trying to look for an elected position, but God has finally opened the door, and I thank the people of Uasin Gishu for believing in me, believing in my manifesto, believing in what we are going to do together, and I'm so happy, and I know we'll travel this journey together, and finally we will be winners at the end of the day. And we intend to revamp the agriculture sector, we intend to revamp the health sector, and also the areas of infrastructure. And remember, right now we are going into what we call digital transformation, and we want to see how ICT and e-government can help our county.
First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank the people of this county for the peaceful election. So many naysayers were busy saying that this county, there will be problems here and there, but I think they have seen for themselves that not just this county, but this country has matured politically. And the citizens of this country have capacity to make decisions without necessarily quarreling with one another. Secondly, let me thank the people of this county for the opportunity they gave me as their governor for 2 terms and the opportunity to serve in the Senate. Our biggest role in the Senate is to ensure that counties have resources. And for those of us who have been governors and going to Senate, one of the agendas we have is to make sure that all devolved functions plus the funds meant for those devolved functions actually move to counties. We all know a lot of money has remained in agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture in Nairobi. Money has remained in Ministry of Health in Nairobi that were meant for devolved function. It is important that we ensure that those resources go to counties so that governors and the executive can be able to decide that function.
And in line with an agreement by most of the Uasin Gishu County leaders, they resorted to suspending their celebrations until the final presidential result was declared.
And with the conclusion of the exercise here in Uasin Gishu County, attention now moves to the Bomas of Kenya, where leaders from this region will be joining their Kenya Kwanza counterparts as they await the final declaration of who will be Kenya's 5th president. Chemutai Goin, Citizen TV at the Eldoret Polytechnic, Uasin Gishu County.
All right.
Very, very, very detailed package there by Chemutai Goin.
Extremely. Seeing the final tally and, that transition for many of those new entrants and some people who have also retained their seats, including Gladys Boss, who retained her women rep seat in Uasin Gishu. All right.
And I also found it very interesting. Look, we're used to seeing people finishing a race and they're served with some mursik and those traditional,
yes,
I don't know what they are called, that they put on. And I saw that with Jonathan B., the celebrants there, or the people celebrating, were able to now put that around his neck and also give him what looks like mursik.
Mursik, yes.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, rich culture and coming in handy at such a time.
No, absolutely. It just shows also the role that culture plays in these local races. You know, the people are speaking and they expect you to represent them well once you kind of rise to that position. But yeah, we'll see how it plays out in other counties across the country. Speaking of which, the place that now is the focus. It is the nerve center of IEBC operations. We're talking about the National Tallying Center, Bomas, of Kenya. And Ayub Abdikadir has been camping there for most of the week, actually, speaking to different political agents, observers who've been monitoring this whole process happening there. The presidential results will be announced from Bomas. And Ayub, what more can you tell us about the activities? We were there a bit earlier. We had some eyes on the floor of the amphitheater. It'd be great to know just how long that process takes when a returning officer comes with the forms until it's tabulated and put in for the Form 34C. And great to see you this morning.
Good morning, Vicky. Good morning, Sam, from the National Tallying Center here at the Bomas of Kenya. On the timing, it's very well specified in law, and the National Returning Officer for the presidential election, that is the chairperson of the commission, Wafula Chebukati, has a week to announce the winner of the presidential vote, and that falls on the 15th of August, that is next week on Tuesday. How he's going to be operating within the time frame provided for in law is going to be one that many Kenyans will watch very, very closely. And just a brief of what's happening here at the National Tallying Center, where the IEBC is domiciled, and this is happening since Kenyans voted on Tuesday last week, and also during the preparation process for the poll process, even before Election Day on the 9th of August. It's just beneath me, you have the round center, the National Tallying Center here in the auditorium, where there are tables that the IEBC officials, agents of the presidential candidates, and also the returning officers will be sitting to verify the delivered Form 34As by the returning officers from the 290 constituencies. And as of yesterday, the Poll Commission's chairperson, Wafula Chebukati, said to fasten, to expedite the process, they are going to be adding more tables here at the round table beneath where I'm standing to fasten the authentication and verification of the physical Form 34As as delivered by the returning officers from the constituencies across the country. So far, as per Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the poll body, we had 80 returning officers as of yesterday evening who had arrived here at the National Tallying Center to deliver the physical Form 34As. And he cited constituencies including Baringo Central in Baringo County, and in the other counties of Machakos, that is Kadhiani constituency, and Kangundo, also Lamu East constituency, where the returning officer had come and presented the physical Form 34A that was subject to a checkup, subject to a further check by the agents of the presidential candidates and the IEBC staff, and also in Oljoro constituency from the county of Nyandarua, as the IEBC now embarks, or yesterday rather, embarked on the process of the verification of the Form 34As here at the National Tallying Center. And as you can see, there are notable political figures here representing political parties, and are here to keep an eye on how the process is unfolding at the National Tallying Center, where the IEBC is undertaking the exercise. They include Moses Kuria, the Gatundu South outgoing member of parliament, who went for the gubernatorial contest in Kiambu County but was defeated and accepted the outcome of the election. There is also the Kericho County Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, and Paul Mwangi, who is the personal lawyer of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who as well is the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition political party presidential flag bearer. You also have a ranking ODM party member, Catherine Muma, who I have managed to spot there, and engaging the lawyer Paul Mwangi, and other representatives of political parties who are here just keeping an eye on the verification and the checking of the results as they are captured in the physical Form 34As as they are delivered by the returning officers, and those that have been electronically transmitted by the returning officials from their constituencies across the 290 constituencies in the country. We later on expect the Poll Commission's chairperson flanked by other commissioners to brief the country, because this is very critical. This is very key as Kenyans await the next communication. The last one happened yesterday evening, where Wafula Chebukati had said that the returning officials, mostly and majority of them, are in the county of Nairobi and here to present the physical Form 34As for further check and confirmation with the agents of the presidential candidates and also the IEBC staff before that is similarly handed over to the chairperson of the commission, who is the returning officer of the presidential election, Wafula Chebukati. The chairperson also, and by extension the commission, underscored the tallying that is done by media organization and outlets and also political parties and entities, and said that is for your own consumption and that we preserve the right to announce the presidential election, because that is constitutionally given to us by law. And he underscored the significance of the same yesterday evening when he addressed the nation here at the Bomas of Kenya. So Sam, Vicky, and to our viewers across the country and in the world, that is what's happening here at the moment at the National Tallying Center, and we'll be able to get back to you when and how events will be unfolding here at the National Tallying Center, the main auditorium where the IEBC is undertaking that exercise at the moment. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you so much, Ayub Abdikadir, with a detailed overview of what's happening there. Of course, returning officers will be prepping to hand over their forms for today. So this is going into day 3 of tallying across the country for all the 6 seats that Kenyans went to the polls to vote for on August 9th. We're about to cross over to another critical race and announcement, I believe in Nandi County, where Stephen Sang defended his seat. Let's take a look at that.
County Returning Officer hereby declares that Stephen Kipsang Kipiego Sang of ID number 23692387 has been duly elected as the county governor for Nandi County in the election held on the 9th day of August 2022.
We will remember as people of Nandi that in the last term, we had challenges working together with members of parliament. I want to thank you in a special way, the great people of Nandi, for electing a new leadership. A leadership that we are going, I commit myself to provide and spearhead a united leadership from the 6 members of county assembly to the senator, to the women rep, all the way to the 30 members of the county assembly, together with the ones who will be nominated. I will lead this united team, and in the next 5 years, I want to promise this on behalf of that team, because we have already discussed that we will provide a united leadership. We are now embarking on a journey. I want to call upon my colleagues, all those colleagues of mine who ran against me in the nominations, and also those who ran against me in the final election, that the competition is behind us. What remains ahead of us is the journey to transform and uplift Nandi County. I am inviting all of them, join me as we work together with the great people of Nandi in moving our county forward.
All right, so that was the governor-elect of Nandi County, Stephen Sang, defending his seat and promising, of course, what he will be doing for the county moving forward. Sam, we were just kind of looking at the decorative, I don't know what you want to call them.
No, I got a name from Chemutai Goin. Whatever Jonathan B was wearing is called Sinendet. Sinendet. It's made of some climbing plant.
Ah, okay.
So you roll it around the neck of a winner of a race. For Governor Sang appears like his Sinendet is manufactured, artificial.
Yes, that one is the upgraded. I was wondering, is that a representative of the expectations of the people of the county?
Oh, yeah, and of course. It's interesting to see this because you also see them at graduation parties for different graduates as they transition in their university education. But also congratulations to the winners.